Hello everybody, welcome to all of you who are joining us over Zoom platform. Also welcome to everybody who is watching on stream on YouTube and Facebook. I would like to welcome you to another session of Point Talks Online. We are not online, we're going live.
Hello everybody, do you hear me? So I guess we are going in person. First, sorry for waiting for half an hour to start the conference. I mean, after waiting for 2 years to have it, I guess we are fine with just half an hour more. So thank you all for coming. And I would like to welcome you to Point Coming Home conference. We've arranged it in a, as you can see, very homey setup here, of which you've already heard from the emails that we've sent. I mean, in order for you to feel as at home, I also dressed as I did at home for most of the pandemic. So, just to let you know that this is the way that we expect you to feel and be for the next 2.5 days. Basically, after the long, hard 2 years, we are back with in-person conference, and we are basically not almost. I think we are more excited than we were for point number one. And basically we are just kind of we did our best to make it as comfortable and as good for you. On the other hand, program-wise, we're basically kind of thinking that this point also that it's not in usual period. May, it's kind of an extraordinary conference, so we're not gonna do it in the usual way, the panels showcasing new things that are happening and stuff. We're mostly oriented towards talking and reflecting about the pandemic. Obviously it changed a lot. Everything we do, it changed a lot. The way that we live, it changed a lot the way how we work and operate. And we just want to use this conference to kind of sit down together, share our experiences, talk about them, think about how much has actually really changed and where are we going to be in the future and what are we going to do. So before actually saying things about the organizer and everything, I wanted to stress out that actually we really expect everybody here to engage openly in the panels, discussions, debates. We want to kind of have this as a circle of people who are talking about the previous period and thinking about what's ahead of us and what's in the future. So if you want to say something, even as the panel is speaking, please do. Please engage and please be a part of the debate and conversation. Coming to the usual official opening of the conference. So the conference is organized by Zašto ne, why not, from Sarajevo in cooperation with our long-time partners, first Action C network of organizations from all over the region, then C Czech network also of this information debunking portals from all over the region. This year, as every year before, we're mostly here because of the support of National Endowment for Democracy and Balkan Trust for Democracy. And also there's plenty more partners, people, friends of the conference that I would like to mention, but since we are already half an hour late, let's dig into it. As you know, I mean, as you might know, not everybody, but we generally try to also have something that we focus on each year. Obviously, it's pandemic this year, but like, you know, we have another thing that we wanna mention this year. This year here in the region, we have a large number. Very recently, we have received a large number of activists from Afghanistan who have been, unfortunately, leaving their country and are now mostly stationed in Albania. So we would like to use Point Conference as a way to kind of assist them and help them. They are, in terms of like, you know, taking care of them, they are taken care of, but like, you know, what they are trying to do is they are trying to set up their work in a totally new environment, in a totally new way, and like, you know, basically that's what they need assistance for. So they need, like, you know, our expertise, knowledge, but also they need, like, you know, equipment to start working. At the moment, there's, like, you know, there are 2 newsrooms in Albania that are trying to set up work, but, you know, like, they are sharing computers. They really don't have enough to start their work on. So, like, you know, we're going to be using Point as a place to help them and assist them. So if you have any wish to contribute, please get to the info point and talk to the people there. They'll give you ways of how you can assist. And in the opening, we have our 2 friends from Afghanistan joining us. Unfortunately, due to their situation, they cannot travel. They have to be in Albania, so they'll be joining us over video links. Can you please put them up, if possible? Yes, so some of you know an Ayatollah. He used to be a fellow at Zašto Ne for like 3 or 4 years ago, I think, and he was also a participant at the Point Conference. So, you know, and Ayatollah, hello. Do you hear us? We don't have your sound. We still don't hear you. Can you start now? No, still nothing. Sorry. First point after 2 years. Whatever goes wrong, we're just going to say this, so sorry. Are we going to be okay? Okay. I think we're getting something now. Try. Okay, there's definitely sound. Okay. They see they should see the whole venue, basically. Not like there's a camera over there that they see. That's what they see. Jel ih imamo, ljudi? A oni se isključili, jel? Yeah, let's hope that they get back. Because I have nothing more to say.
Hello, Mr. Darko.
Oh, hey! Hi, Ayatollah. We hear
Hi.
you now.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, so please give applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And thanks to Mr. Darko for his wonderful team.
And Ayatollah, so like, you know, tell us about basically what's your current situation regarding what are you trying to do, how are you trying to set up your work, and what's generally happening in Albania for you now?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thanks to Mr. Darko and his wonderful team inviting me to the Point Conference this year via online to speak on behalf of 1,400 Afghan refugees in Leja city, one of the city of Albania. The refugees and evacuees consist of deputy minister, member of parliament, policymaker, generals, directors, head of CSUs, media, legal experts, women activists, journalists. They are with their family members. My name is Inayatullah Osmani, Executive Director of Women in Peace Studies Organization WPSO Afghanistan, and I was Fellow of Why Not Zashtuni in 2017, and also participant of Point Conference in 2016, and today I am one of the refugees in Albania. I lost and left everything. I'm sorry. I'm going to be speaking today about why we left our country and what are our challenges as refugees in Albania. As you all know, the Taliban seized the control of Afghanistan on August. They announced a general amnesty for all government and non-governmental officials. But unfortunately, after the amnesty was announced, the Taliban committed hundreds of crimes and start taking revenges, attacking and arresting head and member of civil society organization and journalists, occupying their offices, attacking on former military and security forces, beating and torturing women protesters. The Taliban removed the Ministry of Women's Affairs from the cabinet, forming a centralized and ethnic government. As you know, some Taliban cabinet members are still under UN blacklist and wanted by the American FBI. The Taliban regime removed thousands of former prosecutors, judges, and separated girls within the universities and closed the gate and closed the female schools. They are making restrictions on women work, public life, and restriction on people behaviors. There are a huge human rights crisis in Afghanistan. People in Afghanistan are facing with economic challenges, and so far no country has recognized the Taliban as a government. So thousands of Afghans have left the country, and we are part of them. We have been forced to leave the country due to the oppression of the Taliban. Our challenges as refugees in Albania uh, are the long process of our settlement to the US, Canada, or any other European countries. We don't know exactly how long this process will take, that we will reach to our next destination, and on how long we stay here in Albania, that is not clear for us. The second challenge is that education of our children 1 year we spent due to the COVID-19, and second year is because of immigration. The third year is for the cases. It is not known when their cases or our cases will be processed. In fact, if a child left school for 3 years, this is the loss that is irreversible. We don't know, we don't have any specific program for our children here in Albania for their uh, education. The third challenge is that our achievement that we have worked for 2 decades for democracy, justice, women's right, election, law, but we lost them all overnight. Please do lobby and advocate for revival of these rights once again. Please do not leave Afghanistan to the hand of a rough group that has a particular interpretation uh, from Islam, from religion which does not believe or practice in any Islamic country. The last challenge is we are surrounded. We cannot go out of the area, even to the Tirana, capital of Albania. We do not have the right to work. Most of the people who brought here were suddenly asked and called by the organization to come to the airport. They have financial problem and economical issues. So I request from the participant of Point Conference to support us as well in this regard. Finally, we are so grateful to the support of Albanian government and people of Albania and organizations like National Endowments for Democracy, Yelda Hakim Foundation, Vital Voices, and other organizations that have done lots of efforts for our evacuation. We are so thankful for them. Also, a special thanks to all of you and Mr. Darko for giving me this opportunity, sharing Afghan refugees' messages to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Anatola. We have also Elias, who's a journalist of like one of the largest media in Afghanistan, and he's also going to briefly share his current challenges. Hi, Elias. Do you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Do you
Good
hear
morning.
me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Please tell us about your current situation, work that you do, and what are you trying to accomplish?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak at this important conference. I'm Elias Nawandish, online chief editor for daily Itlaat Rus. Itlaat Rus is one of the most leading media in Afghanistan. I want to give you short information about current situation in Afghanistan and media outlets, and then I have some requests from this conference and you all friends. Afghanistan's nascent democratic order came to a tragic end on August 15 as the Taliban military took over the country. This marked the end of a flourishing and conducive environment for media and free press, the most notable achievement of the past 2 decades. Over the past 20 years, hundreds of independent media outlets were established who did an incredible job of holding the government and international community to account on corruption, service delivery, human rights, and democratic practices. Powerful investigative report resulted in amendment in policies, sacking of authorities, and prosecution of officials. For example, the Afghan parliament restricted the president's authority in using Code 91 budget line and introduced a new regulation governing its ex- expenditure after a report of Itla Terrorist newspaper. Afghanistan Minister of Finance resigned after a report by Hashtasub Daily revealed unlawful appointment. Under the new Taliban regime, however, the free media and press is facing unprecedented hurdles and challenges. Journalists are being arrested and brutally tortured, including two of our own reporters, and media outlets and organizations are shutting their office down. In the first month along following the Taliban's takeover, nearly 150 media organizations stopped their activities. Most of the journalists have either fled the country or are seeking ways to get to safety. While a few have continued to work remotely, a big bulk of them face uncertain career prospects. Releasing that the continuation of activities by free and independent media is crucial for Afghanistan, Itlaatros and Hashtasub daily newspapers have continued to work remotely and remain to be a glimmer of hope for push toward accountability and follow of information in the country. However, working remotely is a new practice to us, and we need help to adapt to this new reality and to build on our achievement. I would like to bring your attention a few of the areas in which we would like to request your assistance. Number one, we would like media organizations and networks to facilitate incubation and exchange events where we can learn from the experience and best practices of other media outlets in similar circumstance and context in the Balkan, MENA, and elsewhere. Number two, we would like to ask for your support in expanding our networks with media, technology, and investigative journalism organizations as we strive to adapt to our new reality. Number three, we would like to ask for your strategic support in covering with us some of the topics that need to urgently be brought to the attention of decision makers in the international community. I would like to end by taking this opportunity to express my gratitude to the organizer of this event for giving me the chance to speak with you, and I have a special thank from my friend Darko. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both, and we will definitely be in touch. I went to Albania recently to see them, and they are really, like, seeking for assistance in terms of, like, they're not looking for aid. They're looking for basically resources to work with, ideas, experience sharing, and stuff like that. So anyways you want to or need to help, they need to change the way they work, they need digital security, they need new ways of working remotely, they need, like, whatever you think can be needed in this situation. So with no further ado, I pronounce the point coming home open, and thank you, and let's start the conference.
Let's see. Darko already told you, this is horrible, this echo, but we're gonna have several stages. This is an unconventional setup this year. And I'm gonna take off my mask because I'm mumbling. So today we're gonna be having 4 speakers. Will not be joining us because he missed the flight. But we still have 4 awesome speakers, and we're gonna be talking about work reimagined. And I would like to welcome my guests tonight, Faris Zacina from Ministry of Programming. Can you please join us? Daniela Babic from UNDP. And Van and from INECO. Okay, then I'll sit there. Is there any possibility to lose this echo? No. Okay. It is what it is. So this topic is, I think, really close to all of us because, I mean, pandemic is still kind of happening. And we wanted, I mean, we didn't want, but we needed to change so many things in regards to the way we work. And what I wanted to discuss today are several issues. About the way we work. So as many of you know, we needed to switch to some sort of a hybrid way of work. Most of us continued our work from home, and we're kind of now going back to some of the ways we worked before. And I want to talk today with my speakers about the pandemic. I mean, the whole situation that happened in your firms, in your companies, in your organization. How did you deal with this? Did you manage to reorganize? In which way? Were there any ups and downs? Did this reorganization mean worse quality, loss of control, especially in regards to the managerial work? And did you maybe discover new ways of working, new models that were maybe effective, ineffective? So yeah, let's talk about that. Who's going to start? Okay, Van. Just turn it on.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Van An. The experience I could share is actually not from my current organization, but the one I was involved when the pandemic hit. That was the Central Technology Hub in Warsaw. It was a place where we were running around 200 workshops monthly for schools, adults, senior citizens. So we had a large team of educators, our communication team, organizational team, and suddenly, just after around I think half year of our first months of activities, the pandemic hit, and we had to completely change something that we just built. And it was very challenging because, as probably you all, like, we had no idea what we were going to do, what's going to happen, how long it's going to last. So what I think that helped us change from running hundreds of workshops offline to moving to online activities is a lot of trust and a lot of engagement from each member of the team. So the fact that we were transparent about every decision, at least I tried as a manager to be very transparent about why we are making some decisions and trying to involve our team in making those decisions on how we are going to rearrange the way we communicate, the projects that we do, and making them feel like they're part of it and they can make their own decisions. So it's not just like a decision out of thin air based on no data because no one had any data or experience to base that activity on. And and a lot of empathy because we were very and I was also in a difficult situation personally as my father got COVID in the very first month. So I really tried to make this atmosphere where you could openly share your experiences in this difficult situation because I knew that I might not be the only one struggling in that time.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So as maybe some of you know, we run a software organization which is building startups. We have 170 employees, and I can give you like a benchmark of this experiment of remote work because I mean there are not many organizations in this part of the world which are like fully remote. So in 2015, when we started the company, we wanted to, I mean, per your point about empathy. What we believed in is that remote work is a very good idea. However, we didn't have a lot of examples. We were following companies in the US like 37 Signals and similar companies. Back in 2015, remote was not as popular as it is today. I would say like less than 0.1% companies were doing it. So we didn't really know how the company is going to scale with remote and all of these practices. But what we knew is more on like a personal and empathic level, as you said, is people wanted it. We felt it was a new way of working. We felt people deserve the freedom to choose when they want to work, how they want to work. We also removed working hours. So the 9 to 5 doesn't exist in my company at all, like in 2015. And, but over the years, of course, we have seen also like second and third order effects of remote work, which, you know, I don't think many companies have seen because they're just thinking about this for the first time. After 6 years of remote work, we have seen also some side effects. But overall, I think it was a great idea. And when the pandemic hit, we were already ready for this new world. So we didn't have to change anything. So people were working from home anyway. Our office is completely optional, so it's a place to hang out. It's not a place to work. I mean, there are many people in our company that work completely remote, and they never come to the office at all. We don't require that. So when the pandemic hit, we just felt, okay, so the decisions we made in 2015 were actually a smart strategy, and the pandemic did not affect us at all. So the productivity was great. You know, everybody was actually pretty happy that we were like built for the pandemic in a way. But the problem in the pandemic was not necessarily about work, it was about mental health. And I think that was the biggest issue for us, for everybody, how to support people with their mental health challenges. One thing that we did during the pandemic that was new to us was introduce psychologists. Because I think remote work is great when it's a choice, but the pandemic was actually forcing people to be remote and to be locked. And then we had to introduce psychologists to support people, to talk to people, psychotherapists. We had huge issues with individuals that had struggled with being locked in homes. Also families that did not have like the environment to work, because if you have children at your home, you are not able to work efficiently, maybe because children were not able to go to kindergarten and to school. So a lot of these social and psychological challenges, and I think that was the biggest learning from us. And I think we also are sticking to these ideas how to introduce psychological support in the work environment.
Yeah, that's a totally good point, and we're going to be talking about that later on. What do you think? How did UNDP manage, and you personally, in the pandemic? Did some things change? Yeah.
Yeah. Does this work? Yeah. Okay. So, firstly, thank you for having me here. This is the first time I'm here, and I must say that I was so touched by the story from Afghanistan and Albania that I kind of feel that I don't have the right to whine about pandemic now the way I wanted. But yeah, in terms of pandemic, everything has changed. for everyone, and I like the point from Ferris. This is a learning process for everyone. This is not something that, okay, this is a new normal and that's it, we know the solution. It's something that we test and explore every day. And in UNDP as well, we started working remotely right from the beginning of from the pandemic. And actually, in terms of UNDP globally and in Serbia, we invested a lot in innovation for years now, so we actually were really quick to adjust. It was not that hard. And also in Serbia, we started working remotely from April, I mean from the moment it actually started, and it actually proved for us that it's productive. It wasn't hard to, for people to adjust in terms of workloads and everything. There, I would like to talk about some good sides that we realized and some really things that we have to find solutions in the future. There are two things that are really good from this experience. The first one is this increased global collaboration that was actually, it was available, but not that much increased as it is today. For example, we collaborate and work with our colleagues in headquarters in New York or in Istanbul in a regional hub and all around the world. So it's kind of normal to include everyone in the process that you have. So it's closer. So these processes are accelerated. The second thing, it's about learning and it's about knowledge. Kind of entire global industry adjusted. I mean, so learning and knowledge is available more than ever. I mean, when you see, for example, global universities, how they fragmented their programs from 2-year programs to 3-month programs, but also global platforms like Coursera or any others that are available for everyone from the working experience and for the people. This is really important because now they can learn, for a month, something that usually you should go somewhere and live there or, So everything became really available for the people, but there are some issues. For us personally, I mean, as an organization, productivity and the quality of work was not a problem, but what I see, not only in our organization, but also everywhere, is the way how we build social capital. This totally changed. I mean, and this is how collaboration actually works. I mean, with all these collaboration tools, it is easy to get in touch, but it's extremely hard to get to know people. So it's, so all these collaboration tools like Zoom or Mural or Slack, I mean, they all help, but they kind of still do not provide this kind of collaboration where you actually have this free flow, that it feels natural. It still doesn't feel natural in that way that we would like to have it. So this is something that we should work on to try to, when we are thinking about this hybrid model, how we actually use these tools to have it really feel natural. I mean, that we actually inspire collaboration, that it inspire really, this kind of innovative thinking and not just sitting and having, too much Zoom meetings and you're exhausted at the end of the day. I mean, everyone have this sensation. So I would like to bring like several points to this problem of collaboration. The one thing is that now this is my impression, I mean in general, team leaders and middle managers became extremely important. It was not that much important previously, but now they're the focal points for their teams to build this kind of trust, vulnerability, free space, but also they have to have these new skills, and as you said, having psychologists and everything, they have to be kind of psychologists and to understand how their teams actually function. But also, they have to ensure that information actually free flows across organizations. This is something that now it's not happening. We are seeing in many organizations that we have not only silos, but micro silos. Micro teams become micro silos because they're working isolated from others, and actually there is not so much free flow of information. Just on a side note, I read an article in Financial Times like a year ago about gossiping in the pandemic. They realized actually that gossiping is not just a bad trait of organization and people who work there, but also that actually is a source of information. I mean, that's the best way to understand where the soft powers within the organization people. So, I mean, so this free flow of information currently is not happening. So I think this kind of stuff we really need to work on, how to promote collaboration and how to really make people feel that actually can have use of it, not only, tick the box and, and actually you don't have that much progress. So yeah, I will stop there.
Yeah, I would just like to make a note that all of you can join the discussion if you want to add something. And I totally agree with you because, I mean, this is the first time Point is happening after 2 years. And as far as I remember, and I have been part of the CA Why Not since 2012, and so many collaborations, so many good projects, so many friendships, loves, and so many good stories came from Point. And it was really like, when you don't have that human touch, close touch with people, you can, I mean, I had so many Zooms, it was so exhausting. And it's really interesting that if you come to a conference, you don't get tired as much instead if you have 2 hours of Zoom. Yeah. It's like, I was just thinking about that last day because we had some Zooms and I was like, I get so exhausted in 1 hour and I hate it pretty much. And most of us are like avoiding all these online conferences. At the beginning we were much invested in it and now we're like, let's please not have another one or we're just ruining everything.
Only one more point, sorry. I wanted just to follow up on that. I mean, for Faris and for Vanan as well, I mean, onboarding process and newcomers, totally nightmare. I mean, I'm a newcomer to UNDP. My first day was 1st of May. I mean, my first day was at my laptop at my flat. And what I realized actually after 6 months of Zooming with teams constantly, everything changed after one coffee 7 months ago. It's totally, I mean, total different interaction with people. So it's not something artificial. It's real. We have to find a way how to bridge this gap that is actually existing. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with you because CA Why Not had a huge expansion during the pandemic. In the last maybe 2 years, we were just a team of 15 people. And in the last 2 years, we expanded and we now have more than 30 employees. And we needed to expand as much because of this huge spread of misinformation. And I remember we were also pretty much prepared for the whole situation about moving to the online space and working remotely. We didn't suffer from that, but we had so much work to do because there were so many fake news, people were switching. I mean, I'm a manager and I wrote articles those days. So it was not important what you did, it was like how we're going to reorganize at that time, so we managed to do everything because people were at home and everything was pretty difficult. And yeah, onboarding was a hell. Yeah, it was really a hell. I mean, but yeah, now we're moved to the office and everything is much better.
I actually have a question to the audience. Because maybe some of you also had an experience of joining new teams or meeting new people during those past many months working online. And have you managed to make a friend or a connection that you found meaningful, but you only had connected with that person online? Hands up. I can see at least 2 people over there, 3, 4, 5,
Polish
6,
people.
7.
Oh.
Not
so
only
many
Polish.
Polish people in the background.
So
yeah, you can take.
don't ask the Polish people. There were some other people here too.
Just don't move the hands. We need to see them.
Can you raise your hands again if you made like a meaningful connection with someone online during those months?
Okay.
Should you guys try it out?
Yeah. So I'm Martin from Lead Stories, and yeah, we grew from 2 people to 50 people during the pandemic because indeed there is a lot of fake news out there, and we have daily Zoom calls. And most of my employees I've never met in real life, so but yeah, I think what helps is that we all have huge monitors, which makes it
huge monitors,
which makes it feel a lot more like a real conversation. And we literally have coffee and sometimes even beer, and we laugh and we joke a lot. So yeah, I really feel like I have a good connection with these people, so it can happen. And coincidentally, I'm meeting several of them next week for the first time in person. So I'll come back next year and let you know if if that changes anything.
Thank you so much for sharing, because I also joined my current organization during the pandemic, and I was onboarded online, and most of people I work with, they never met for many months, and actually we also met in person, and it didn't really change much. So like each story is so individual and different, and we're kind of starting to learn how to make those connections, even if it's only Zoom and even if we don't see all those details, but it's not true for everyone and every single situation. So I think that I have this feeling that our online cooperation kind of enlarged how the different individual skills and needs we have, and we have to be much more mindful of them than we were before.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's about, I mean, the challenge, because in 2015 I was a remote maximalist, as many people today. So I was radical about remote, because I was actually a remote freelancer for 4 years before, from 2012. So if you ask me in 2012 or 13, I would tell you remote is the shit. You know, like that's the only thing possible. Like many people talk today, because, I mean, at first it looks like a push for social freedom, for, you know, it's kind of like the way to live. I was traveling across the world. I would live for a month in Miami, a month in Berlin, a month in Lisbon. It's an amazing life. But the thing is, when you work remote with people, the challenge is you need to be more deliberate in relationships. So for example, if you are in the office, many of these social interactions happen naturally, per your point, because it is natural. For example, if we are in the coffee shop or at the water cooler, it's very natural to get into random conversations. However, online, it's much harder, because you need to be very deliberate. For example, you need to have like a virtual beer or a virtual coffee. You need to schedule it on the calendar. You need to invite people. It looks even a bit robotic in a way. It looks strange. But I think that the new generations are probably going to adapt to it much better than we did, because we're also a bit old. And they're going to be more deliberate about these things, and they're going to design every interaction in a way that it is possible to build human relationships online. It's just that you need to think about it in a way that it's designed and not random. And you need to think about, okay, we need to have a coffee, we need to have a beer, we need to have a meeting for check-in about how do you feel. We need to be, you know, you need to think about these things up front and schedule them. And then people need to feel kind of vulnerable as well online, which is very strange over a video call. They need to learn how to open up, how to talk about feelings. Also, people hate meetings in general. So we need to also change this perception about meetings. Meetings are not only like a waste of time, they are important to bond, to connect, to socialize. And I think it's a challenge, and yeah, we can see the onboarding problem as well. So remote is a challenge, but I think it is possible to build human connection online. It's just that it's harder. It requires deliberate planning and structuring.
Okay. Hello, I'm Albert. This is my 6th time at Point. I'm a veteran here. So I come from a tech background. I work for a German company called Celonis in Pristina. They have an office in Pristina. And I'm going to share an interesting story how I met a colleague of mine who I didn't meet at the office, didn't meet at the meetings at all, because we work at different teams. When the pandemic struck, like I was seeking like different ways of how I'm going to manage my, like, to calm my mind of all that stress that was happening from the isolation. I tried meditation. I always meditate now. It helps a lot. Do that. Highly recommend it. And then I thought, okay, let's try hiking as well. And I started to hike like regularly, like every month. And like I was going to a peak in Albania, and I met a guy there. Like we were just peaking up, and like we were talking like, where do you work? What do you do? And like he said, like, I work for a German company. They do process mining. I said, wait a minute, do you work for Celonis? I said, yes, I work for Celonis too. So this is because we haven't met in person, so we didn't know like who is who and stuff. So because the company expanded a lot, like we from the beginning of the pandemic to up until now, like there are 40 new employees. And so we didn't get to meet everyone in person, so that's how like I met him in like doing hiking and stuff. And yeah, I agree with Dania that Zoom calls are exhausting. Thank you.
That's a great story. Thank you for sharing. And one of maybe the tips that I could share from my current organization is at some point we also introduced tools that helped us meet and randomly schedule coffees and make those deliberate connections that you mentioned. So this is something that you could explore, just some tools that would help you build those connections and set up those random coffees that you would have in an office setting but you don't have anymore because you're online.
Before I give the mic to Nino, I was like a freak. Everybody in the organization knows, because I was running through every week. I was looking, did they publish a new app on the Slack? And I was just like bothering everybody. We have a new app for exercising. Let's add this. It was like, let's do jump sacks. And it was fun for a while, but then we kind of like lost it. Nino.
Yes, thank you very much. So I am Nino. I represent Forset, which is based in Tbilisi, Georgia. And I wanted to share some of our experience, like how we tackle some of the challenges that you are talking about. Because we are like very small team, like around 10 people. And we had very strong office culture before the pandemic started. And we could not imagine living without this like physical space, because our organizational identity was built around that. However, since pandemic started, we onboarded around 6 people, and all of them noted that joining our team was very smooth and very easy, and they did not feel that like they did not know us or something like that. And I think the secret to this success was that we managed to organize our kind of like not gossip but not work-related conversation in online channels as successfully as we would do that in offline settings. So we moved our communications and our work processes first to Facebook group and then to Slack because it was much more convenient. And we structured like channels around different topics. And there are 2 channels which I think really helped newcomers feel general vibe and like get onboarded, like not only through the like projects and work, but also like have this human touch. One of them is Random and Fun, where we just post, I don't know, like GIFs or some other like non-work related things. And the other one, which is the most important, I think, is it's called in Georgian Vtsutsunept, which means we are complaining, meaning that whenever we feel exhausted, overwhelmed, or I don't know, like anything, like which we would talk about it during lunch breaks or when we would go to the office. Now we have a channel for that. And everyone, and it like, of course, started from old employees. And when the newcomers see that we are vulnerable, we are human beings, we have some ordinary problems like, I don't know, like something breaking down or like kid being sick or something like that, they see that we are not like managers or just like team members, we are human beings. And I think it really helps. And as for this like scheduled lunch calls and these kind of things, we did try, and it was a total failure because it felt very like not natural. Because like when we have 4 or 5 Zoom meetings anyway during the day, having the 6th one, even if it's like with the team and even if it's like lunch, it's becoming like too much. So that's why we do not use that much. But having these 2 channels around which we like in the written form organize our thoughts like really help newcomers. So I would like really encourage everyone to try that and like giving example by your like sharing your own vulnerability and like everyday hassles.
I can't believe I grew up in Central Eastern Europe and I didn't come up with a channel to complain. This is like the
Georgians are best for that, I guess.
I love that idea. It should be called Jalopolka in our Slack. I love it.
If your Slack doesn't have that channel, you should build it, definitely. Today. Make it today.
It's going to happen today.
Yeah. We have several of those. They're like totally different. It's a mess.
If I could just short comment on those tools to schedule random coffees and so on, I think it really depends on how big is your organization. Because in smaller teams, I saw that, yeah, it's not really working because you have so many online conversations anyway. But in bigger teams where, as you said, you could not meet someone for many months, then this is where it helps.
Yeah, one thing that worked for some companies like Trello and Appear is, for example, having these open channels. So like remove the scheduling because the scheduling feels odd. Okay, let's have a beer, an online beer at 7 p.m. It feels a bit strange. But if you have like an open channel, like or an audio channel, like let's say Clubhouse style, or like a huddle on Slack or something like that, or like an open video channel, like where it's always on, and then people can just jump into the channel like they would do in real life. They just appear with a beer, you know. So I think that's a more natural interaction, but I think we are still exploring this stuff. I think the tools we are using are not designed for actual virtual work. I mean, Zoom is two-dimensional, is not a good tool. I mean, if we look at what's happening in the VR and AR space, the metaverse and what's coming, I think that's probably going to be a more natural way of work in terms of digital collaboration. It sounds strange to say natural for the metaverse, but it's going to feel like you are immersed in the environment. You're going to be able to approach people, etc. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the second question I prepared, but I think we answered some of those things that I wanted to say. But I'm going to continue in something that you, Van An said. I think that the interesting thing that I was thinking, since I'm leading also several teams in my organization, is this interesting thing that we're all different. I mean, this remote work was a heaven for some members of our team, and for others it was a hell. And it's really good. I mean, you need to have so much free time to design the work and workflow for those people to make the work very individually created for some persons. And I was reading like a few days ago about those changes, that we need to think about that, because we always create those roles. You have, for instance, you have a programmer, you have a manager. We have, for instance, managers, writers, editors, but people are really different. So you need to keep that in mind if you're leading teams. I know it takes a lot of your time, and I'm like, I can manage to do good things for my team, manage to have them more free time, to have, I don't know, a better workflow. And then I put myself in a position where I'm like crowded with so many things, and I simply sometimes cannot handle everything that I have on my plate. And the next topic I want to talk about is the burnout that we're all facing sometimes. I'm kind of like thinking that most of us have faced it at least a few times. And I don't know, I was reading like maybe a few months ago a post on the LinkedIn. It was a tech company. So I mean, most of the posts on LinkedIn are about tech. So, and I was reading about this, he's a developer, but he owns a company. And he was describing a really good employee. And he was mentioning that he was a person that joined the company a few months ago. That person stayed long hours. He worked extremely hard to prove himself. He was not even a developer. He's not from the tech sphere. He changed his topic of work. How do you say it? It doesn't matter. His interest. And he described that perfect employee as a hardworking, always working overtime, always joining these joint activities, team buildings, after-hour beers. And I was like thinking, because I have so many people in my team that have children and have family, I don't need to put pressure on them and make them think that they need to attend all of those things to prove themselves that they're a good employee. It's not. I mean, I know we're also one of those organizations, even we're not trying to beat them. We're just like designing our offices to make really cozy, putting coffees, putting beers, putting all those shiny things in the office so people would feel welcome. But we're not thinking about these more humane things that every individual has. Every individual has relationships, family relationships, additional, I mean, they don't want to spend all of their free time on work. So that's what I want to talk about. What do you think is the solution for that? I think we're all like, I don't know, maybe some of you can start with like explaining this phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, I can start because, I mean, I have a pretty good explanation about the common perspective today. So if you think about it before, I mean, let's say 20 or 50 years ago, or even 100 years ago, in the industrial era, when we started introducing a lot of these rules of work, like 9 to 5 and shit like that, you know, like, I mean, in essence, this comes from the old times when we had a conveyor belt and people had to be in the same place at the same time. So this made sense in that time. As we had the growth of the intellectual worker, a lot of this stuff doesn't make any sense. So the 9 to 5 and, you know, the commute, I mean, whatever. I mean, a lot of this stuff is like archaic. I mean, in some, just to be like clear, in some fields of work, it's just required. But for us, that we have the privilege and luxury in the IT, for example, or any intellectual work, like, I don't know, journalists or writers, or, I mean, whatever. I mean, like, people have the ability to work in a more flexible way. And today, I mean, if you think about it, the dominant philosophy is individualism. So what it means is that we adapt everything to the individual. We need to put this in context. For example, today, that is the dominant philosophy, and whatever we discuss, we always ask the question about, okay, but what does the individual need? What are the individual needs? You know, and we don't talk too much about community and about the group. I believe that individualism is here to stay. At the extremes, that means that, you know, we just need to adapt the work environments for the individual, and we need to literally design like work for different contexts. So some people want to be in the office, some people want to be remote, some people have families, some people don't have families, some people want to work overtime, some people hate working overtime. So there are many different things. For example, I see in our group, out of 170 people, you have so much diversity, so many different needs. For example, some people see work as a craft. They want to work like 24/7. Even if, for example, if they don't work for a company, maybe they're going to work for 2 or 3 more companies. Some people don't want to work at all. And that's fair. You know, some people strive to retire early. Some people have family constraints that are very real. So I think we need to adapt to the individual in essence, and that's very important. But also we need to think about community and the group, because these are very two different perspectives. When we think about work, it's not only about the employee and the employer. There's also the client. So there's this like 3-point connection. And the client, or whoever is the user or of the services or products that we produce, or content or whatever, they should also have a say in how work is designed. And today in the online conversation, we talk about the individual, and we talk about this kind of almost like confrontational question of managers versus employees. But where are the clients? And where are the missions and the craft and the things that we're trying to accomplish? So my point is, I think we need to be designed for the individual, but also we need to take into consideration what is the community, what does the community want, what is the mission of the company, what do the clients want, what are the realistic constraints in that model. Because in some fields of work, for example, you cannot introduce a 4-day work week, it's impossible. Or in some situations, the clients are going to limit you in the working hours. It's just impossible to have, for example, a flexible working environment. I can say for myself, we are lucky that we can do a lot of these things, but I just acknowledge that many people don't want this, or they cannot introduce some of these flexibilities that are very individualistic in a sense.
Yeah, actually, the perfect point, just for me to follow up on what Faris said. While I agree with most of the things that you said, actually, I think that actually also the clients and the expectation of consumers are also changing a lot. And I think these differences are multiple across industries, but also across generations. I mean, when you observe our parents or observe Gen Z, they are totally different. And what is actually, for me, really impressive that is happening right now is that technology is changing everything, but also is changing something that used to be traditionally governmental part, for example, health or education. We used to have this, let's say, sector or industries completely run by governments. And now you have health, you have technology entering medical field, you have technology entering education field, and again, I mean, those industries were used to be that you have to have, you know, some medical staff in some hospital. Right now, I mean, for many things you don't have to have it anymore. So, what I want to say, all these things are changing, and this is why this is not a constant thing. It's a constant change. So we have to adapt to the circumstances that are changing. And for these younger generations, I think that for them will be really hard to, you know, imagine that they have to go, for me it's really hard to imagine that they want to go anywhere physically. I mean, to do anything, you know, I hate to go to the bank. I hate to go everywhere. I mean, you know, so these things are completely changing, and we have to be observant and we have to be agile. This is the thing. Even in government, for example, we as a UNDP, we are supporting government in this, what we call agile governance, because governments are usually, you know, really rigid in a way how they, I mean, this is the role of the government. They have to be stable, you know, but they have to have some spaces where they can experiment and where they can be adaptable, especially when you have pandemic like this. The second point I wanted to make is around burnout. I also had a period in my life when I really felt burned out. But the thing is that I don't think that it's only about workload and the time on work. There are many other factors. I mean, we have information we are overwhelmed by the information, by the pressure. We are emotionally pressured by our colleagues or employees or employers, whatever. There are many factors to the burnout, and I think it's a real challenge right now. But we also have to, we don't have to be, we shouldn't be linear about burnout and say the solution to it is just, you know, reduce time or reduce. We have to understand what are the factors of burnout, really, and what are the factors for different types of industries. And this is why I wanted to ask you about, you said that 9 to 5 is over for you. I mean, for me as well, I mean, for me, it feels natural to have more flexibility around the day when I choose to work. But again, we see many different patterns around industry and around generations. You have those who stick to this because they're used to that, but also you have experimentation to have 7 days work week, and that you have, you know, blend private and personal life, and you can expand everything across weekend, and you can work wherever you want, just produce, you know. So, I mean, there is no easy answer to it, right? But what are your experiences? Because, you know, if I'm to propose something to my organization, I wouldn't know what to propose because it's quite difficult, so.
So you're asking what kind of model are we using, or
and what are your experiences, right? Yeah.
So I think the 9 to 5 doesn't make any sense. I mean, for us, for others, it might make sense because what we do specifically, and I think it's always about context. You know, when you talk about anything, you need to have a context. In our context, we produce software. We have designers and product managers and programmers and you know, whatever, founders, and I mean, there is really no need for the 9 to 5 because a lot of the work is done in chunks, and people need to finish things in a certain period of time, which is usually not daily, not on a level of a day. So we removed the 9 to 5 because people actually can work, for example, when they feel most productive. I mean, one of the reasons why we killed the 9 to 5 was because, from my own experience, when I was working as a programmer, I would come to work sometimes and I would feel really exhausted because I was partying the night before. And I mean, it's just life, you know. I mean, like the night before I would stay until 4 a.m. I was in a party, and then I come to work at 9, I'm not productive. But if I had slept 1 more hour, I would be much more productive, you know. So in essence, it came from that point of empathy and understanding that in our context, people need, doing creative work, they need a bit of sleep sometimes. Sometimes they need the flexibility to go out with their family during the workday to finish something. Maybe they don't feel creative. That's a problem, you know. So maybe they should work at night if they want, of course. But I think that, coming back to your point, it's easy to get in this mode of continuous work, unfortunately. I mean, if you are a creative, like a designer or a programmer, I mean, it's so easy to fall into a trap of continuous work. And you never finish. So for example, you start maybe at 10, you had a good night's sleep, but then you work until maybe 5, and then you finish. And then you have like a dinner or whatever, and then you continue working, but it's your choice usually. And I think people create these problems for themselves sometimes. For example, we tell people to not work 8 hours per day. We tell them you can finish your work in 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. But many people choose to work more. And I mean, the thing is, I think that a lot of people are seeing their work as a craft, as a career, as something they want to get better at. There's a lot of anxiety about the future. I also think that the challenge is that people don't invest enough in health, in wellness, which also can mitigate the problem of burnout and overwork. So there are many dimensions to this, and I think it's very individual, as you said, and it's very specific. So I think for us, I mean, I don't see a way that we can prescribe how should people work, honestly. I mean, I think we should stick to what we did in the last 6 years, and to give people the space and the ability to choose, and then promote health and wellness and free time and having hobbies and, you know, spending time with their families. But then we cannot control anybody. I mean, if they want to work like, you know, 24/7, they're going to do it anyway. So that's kind of the challenge we're facing. And we see a lot of people that are, you know, working literally 24/7. We're telling them, look, you should take a few days off, you should do this. But a lot of people are proud in this industry. They want to work, they want to learn, they want to do more, they want to create like a new startup on the side. For example, I think like 70% of our employees have side gigs, you know. And I mean, some people say it's great because it's like, you know, they get to do some interesting stuff, but it's also work. I mean, because, and literally some people, I mean, a lot of people in this industry work 24/7. And I mean, unfortunately, it's a problem, yeah.
This is very interesting and challenging because on one hand what you said about, and what I agree with, individual approach to everyone, but this individual approach also assumes that we as individuals are able to understand ourselves and what we need. And I can hear you laughing.
Great point.
Because this assumption that we know how we can deal with our problems and we know what we need, this is a struggle, especially if we are at a conference where we have a lot of activists. And as activists, you basically try to do good for others, and very often you forget about your own individual needs, and that's why we face so much burnout in this kind of specifically area of work. So on one hand, there's individual approach, on other, as you said, education about well-being and how we can take care of that well-being. But another point is I think also what you mentioned at one point about how important leadership and leadership's understanding of connection and well-being is important, because as leaders I think we are those role models. People are looking at us to see what is the norm, what is the standard in the organization. So it's something that we should each consider for each of the organizations and people that we have on our teams. But sometimes our job also as leaders is to push for something that our teams might not be so open to at first, but we know that this might be helpful because we can see the signs of burnout or struggles of our team.
Yeah, I just want to add up to that because I have an interesting story to tell, because we were very flexible in our organization. We don't have a fixed working time. We're always like, let's try to be at some point in the office, but you don't need to arrive at 9 or stay till 5. But let's say that we're all about at noon at the office, so if we need to talk with somebody else from the other team, we can do that. But we were very flexible, and then we changed totally opposite, because we kind of I discovered that my team loves this fixed time, and they feel very good when they know they start to work at 9 and they finish at 5. But that's very specific because I lead Istinomir, which is a fact-checking website, and they're basically we're basically media outlets. So it's easy to start in the morning, do your writing during the time, during your working time, and then finish. But we're also kind of struggling to, because we have so many managers that need to deal with other things, because other people are flexible. So you're always like trying to find out when you're supposed to talk with the other person. So it's really a challenge, and sometimes you really need to be brave as a manager. You need to have a good director, a good employer, that you need to discuss with him, that you need to be open with that person and to say to that person, yeah, this is not working. I know that sometimes you have a client, we have a donor, we as civil society organizations, and sometimes, you know, in order to get a new grant, you need to make a project that's very shiny, very like hard to deliver, especially if you're like constantly adding new projects to your scope of work. And we're masters of it. And yeah, Tiana is like, she's a master of that. We're always adding things, and sometimes we're like, where does this end? We need to like make a good structure and like discuss this openly inside of the team, so we know how
And
to
I think
face these challenges.
Per your point, and also you said that as well, I think, like, I mean, since I was a remote maximalist, I mean, like, you know, I'm very radical about it, like, for many years. But today I'm trying to, I think it's, I mean, it's not a good view of the world, you know, or like, I was a very individualistic sort of like, you know, I was following this philosophy that is popular today for, let's say, 80% of people. But then I changed a bit last few years. I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. I think that we work the best, and I mean, humanity produces the best results in groups. So if we look at evolution and history, we produced the best results, not as individuals, but in teams. For example, even if you look at Nobel Prize winners, they are cherished and celebrated as individuals, but actually they worked in teams. And very often they used knowledge and you know, work from previous teams as well. So nobody invented anything as an individual. And I think even in the innovation field, in startups, we celebrate individuals like Mark Zuckerberg or whatever. But I mean, they created things in teams again. And nobody is mentioning Sheryl Sandberg or even like 20 or 30 or 50 or 100 more people that were crucial to the success of these organizations. And I think as we succeed in teams, and this is very tribal, this has to do with evolutionary history and the way that tribes operate, I think that actually the future of work and the ideal is not an individual that is working alone remotely, but it's a team of 5, 10 people that are coordinating, and they are acting as a community while still acknowledging individual needs. So I think that's kind of the ideal I'm looking forward to, even though today it's very radical to talk about this because everybody says, yeah, but I have my own needs, you know. Yeah, it's true, but I think that if we want to produce economic value and social value, and if we want to make an impact, it's proven through history that we do it the best as a group. And as you said, the group should decide together, collectively as a community, while acknowledging differences and diversity and taking into consideration everybody's opinion. Because missions cannot be accomplished alone. And I think we need to evolve, and as you said, it's all about iteration and being agile and experimentation. I think this wave is going to be mass remote, radical freedom, radical individualism, and then we're going to converge probably towards small groups of people that decide for themselves when they want to work. For example, I like a team. In my company, I have 170, 180 people, 16, 17 teams. Every team should decide for themselves. If we are a team, I should listen to your needs. Okay, you have a family, you cannot be at work at 8. She doesn't have a family. She is like really passionate about mastering programming. She's a designer, she wants to work in a flexible way. Okay, how can we organize the working hours and the rules of work for all of us to succeed together? So I think that's the kind of the future I think that's gonna happen as we evolve beyond the radical individualism that it's present today.
I must agree with you. That's like the magic that all managers should have in their skills. That's like the...
Can I jump in here? Actually, I would like to have a follow-up, but it actually jumps on your one of your questions that comes along. I see two different things here in what you're saying, and I actually agree, but just to put it on the table. You're talking about communities, but you also talk about working environments. Working environments can be completely remote. They can be, you know, you can have teams all across the globe, but communities and groups are also very physical. I mean, in your life and your colleague's life, you have also your life, which is outside of your house, which is outside of your working environment, which also has a group, right? But the communities are something that is actually totally physical, right? And this is where we build not only working arrangements, but also all other arrangements. And this is why I want to say, like, this huge shift that we are seeing right now is actually related, that we are seeing something that is decentralization of global labor market. You don't have to be in Germany to work for a German company. You have to work, you can be anywhere in the world, but what is the important thing is that this is a huge chance for local communities, and this is something that I wanted to follow up here. local communities like here in Bosnia, I mean, for example, Trebinje or, I don't know, Bjeljina, they can actually benefit the fact that the workers that actually were working somewhere else can come back and work in their communities, right? Because now that is possible. And we saw, actually, I read an article in Economist like a year ago that for Romania that was the case. Many Romanians came back from UK or Germany to live in their country and work for their country. But the thing is, what is important for that fact, I mean, and this is quite important for our countries which face depopulation and huge immigration. I mean, this is a chance. But the problem here is, again, communities. Building infrastructure for those people who would come back. I mean, I don't want to come back in some small city where I don't have anything, you know. I would like to have some, again, physical spaces where I can meet some people who work something, you know, some co-working spaces, I don't know, anything, but also some services that are needed for people who are used to something on more higher demand, which is, again, for local economy really important. It's a chance. So what I want to say, and this is something that we work in UNDP on digital nomads and similar things, is that try to find solutions how to build in advance these kind of infrastructures so you can prepare. And you can prepare your communities, ask them how you can bring back some people or how you can actually build those hubs, because you have to have both things. We will be virtual and we will be remote, but at the same time we are really physical. I mean, we're really, you know, trying to be really close to one another in life and work. So
I mean, I agree with you, but at the same time, I think it is possible to create a community without being physically present. I always say, like, I'm part of Reddit community. That community is like one of the strongest I've ever seen. I will cut it short. I didn't see the time; it was not turned on. Darko took all the time at the beginning. And I mean, Imgur. How do you say it? I say it Imgur on Bosnian, but it's like Imager. And those communities are really strong, and they're basically online. You don't know anyone, but so that's what I wanted to add. And I will just wrap this up with the final question. I really wanted Will to be here so we could discuss researches they did at his organization about switching to a 4-day work week. I planned a whole talk about their research, what were the results. I will just wrap it up. Iceland did a 4-day work week trial during 2015 till 2019. And they published their results last year. And they told it was really a successful thing. More than 80% of the people in Iceland switched to the 4-day work week. And 20% of those, like until 100, are switching. And some countries besides Iceland, for instance, New Zealand, Germany, are also switching to shorter hours, maybe shorter work week. They have all these kind of different ways to tackle this. Like, is there really a need for a human being to work 8 hours per day? Are we all effective during those 8 hours? I think not. And that's what I wanted to discuss. Do you think this model would be good? Do you think other models maybe should be introduced? So yeah, let's move to that.
I'm actually not sure if we need to work as people, like humans. So I think it's just a matter of numbers, and it might work for now, but at some point maybe we'll move on to the universal basic income, and none of us will actually work any hours, and we just choose the number of hours we want to work. Those changes are coming, and actually I wanted to add a comment maybe at the end, because we might be talking about how to make it all more easier for us, less work and so on, and how to work effectively online. But I also want to add this context we should remember about, is that basically it's not like all of us are working online, maybe all of us here at the conference, but in this region, in Balkans for example, according to stats, it's around 5 or 8% of people who were able to work remotely during the pandemic. And in Poland, for example, it was only 9%. In Europe, not many countries were over 20%. So we're talking about a huge privilege here. And talking about also limiting the number of hours of work is another huge privilege that I'm happy that we are able to start conversation in mainstream already. but still there is a long road to bring everyone on that boat with us.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think it's a privilege for the IT sector, and I mean, a lot of these communities on Reddit and Twitter are very loud about it, but usually it comes from the IT community, which is very radical. I'm part of it, but I just acknowledge that.
Almost
I mean,
like 500 tech companies that switched to 4 day work
Yeah.
are tech companies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, the 4-hour work week, I mean, the 4-hour or 4-day work week, I mean, it's a cool idea, but as you said, I mean, for example, let's be contextual, because if we generalize, we don't do service to the truth. For example, if we are crypto traders, if we trade Bitcoin every day, the 4 of us, then we don't need to work at all, per your point, right? So we can probably trade maybe 1 hour per week or 10 hours per week, or maybe some weeks we're gonna take some time off. We're gonna go to, I don't know, Argentina and have some steaks, you know. So that could be one context. Another context is a company that develops products for clients that are buying those products like off the shelves in a physical shop. That company, in theory, they could introduce a 4-hour work week, a 4-hour or 4-day work week. I mean, whatever is the kind of like artificial number you want to use. They could do it probably, as long as the clients or the supply chain partners, or I mean, whoever they're collaborating with, their partners can work with it. For example, we in our company, we probably cannot introduce a 4-day work week just like that, because we are constrained by our business model. So what I'm coming to is that the type of work and the business model you are operating in determines limitations in how you design work. And even the IT sector, a lot of companies cannot, for example, kill the 9-to-5, you know, because they have service and SLA agreements or whatever with clients that define when they need to be available. So I think we talk about this in an absolutist, radical way, but what I think is it's very contextual. It's a privilege, as you said. It's a great ideal to not work at all, I mean, long term, because if we produce enough technology and wealth for everybody, then why are we working? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Then you should do whatever you like doing, and the robots and the I don't know, they should do the work for us. And I think that's going to happen probably in, like, I don't know, 500 years from now. But yeah, until then, I think we just need to acknowledge context, and it's not possible for everybody. It's a privilege. People that can do it, they should do it. Great. I would love to introduce that in my company, by the way. But I think we're going to have to change our business model to do it. So one day, I hope that we're going to have like let's say like a 4-day work week. But I think we're going to have to shift to completely different things. I think it's going to come for us. I mean, I'm just talking about our company. Maybe 5 years from now, we're going to do that. But for now, we have constraints because of clients and partners, so we cannot do it.
Yeah, I can see that we are running out of time. I will try to be brief. Yeah. Well, I like where you finished with the privilege and everything that you mentioned, and this is something that I would like to bring here. I mean, me personally, I really love to work, so I'm not the example. I don't want to lead by that kind of example. But reducing, we should be aware that usually this kind of stuff are brought about by tech industry or a traditional type of worker, a worker who is full-time employed in a company for fixed salary. So we have to be aware that they're less fortunate, and the people who actually work for a very flexible type of work, like gig workers or freelancers, who are actually bound by the quantity of work they actually, because their salary is not fixed, it's very variable. So they actually cannot reduce their amount of time because they will reduce the income they receive. For example, and this is why in economy we usually speak about prices. For example, for an Uber driver to reduce his time of drives for 4 days, the price should went up, so he can actually earn more. Or if we think about cheap clothes that we buy, for example, in Zara, if we want to have those people working in poor countries for 4 days, then the price of those things should go up. So this is not a linear thing. There are less fortunate people, and it's not just, oh, I'm having a really good salary, but I want to work less. There are those who cannot work less, and this is something that I want to bring about, because in UN we usually say leave no one behind, because when we think about structural changes, we really need to understand how that affects everyone, and we really don't want to have less fortunate, even more less fortunate, and to increase inequalities. And I'm not saying that I'm against this kind of stuff. I'm just saying that we should be aware what kind of changes are we creating and what actually does that affect. And if we want to reduce work time, let's increase prices that are necessary in parts of the industries. This kind of stuff are really, I'm simplifying. It's more complex even from that. Like universal basic income, this is something I wrote about that. I mean, it's really complicated to introduce. It's not just like, it's not just things what we value or not. So the reality is more complex than we sometimes acknowledge. And I would like to praise that leave no one behind and be more inclusive. And I think it's the point of the conference as well. So yeah, I would like to end by that.
Okay, I wanted to talk about Iceland because they pretty much changed all the jobs, but I cannot because we lost all of our time. I would like to thank you all for joining me today, and for all of you that listen to us. And let's move to the second panel.
Jel može meni sve to? Ja ću morati ići brzo na aerodrom.
Okay, do we have Tamara? Do we have Tamara online? No? Ne čujem vas. Everyone. We're going to be discussing the value of human rights in the circumstances of the pandemic that we're all in. And we have a lot of people, so we're going to try everyone to keep it super short. And Lana and Irfan are going to have to go 12 o'clock sharp, so we'll also try to hurry up because we were a bit late. I would also like to invite everyone to just get involved in the conversation, raise your arm or whatever if you want a microphone at any point. There's no section for the audience questions, so feel free to do that. And another thing, please everyone wear masks while you're out there, especially while you're walking around, because we want to keep everyone safe. Okay, since we don't have Tamara, we're going to start with Goran, who is from the Civil Rights Defenders, and they have been doing a great work researching what's happening with the human rights during the pandemic. And I would like to start by asking you, my phone is up, I would like to start by asking you, what specific risks does the pandemic hold for human rights? We have seen probably some overstepping by the states, probably some underperformance in keeping people safe, and like where do you draw the boundary between protecting individual rights and protecting community as a whole in a health crisis such as this one? What were your findings of the research that you did?
Since this is, good morning everyone, and good afternoon. I mean, since this is era of simplifying things, I will try to simplify this very, very broad and inclusive human rights topic, actually. So you see this here, what is written. Political accountability and new technologies. So that's what we have in era of pandemic. We have governments that want to have less accountability. And this is not only for here, for example, in Bosnia or in region in Serbia or in, I don't know, in some China or wherever. It's even in Sweden. I'm in Sweden, and then at the beginning of pandemic, Swedish government say, well, they had 5,000 deaths at the very beginning, and say, well, we are not guilty. We are central government. That's municipalities who didn't buy enough masks and so on, and that's why people die. 5,000 people die at the beginning. So it's less accountability when it comes to human rights. That's definitely first pattern. And second thing, you know, during the pandemic, you start using more new technologies, and not only new technologies, social media and everything, but governments don't like it because they cannot control it. And then they want to have more influence when it comes to new technologies, social media, and your new life. So this is what has actually happened. And when you're talking about human rights, this is summary. Of course, when we are talking about human rights, it's very hard to remember any human right that is not affected by the pandemic. That's very interesting. So from the very beginning, right to life, right to physical integrity, privacy, discrimination, freedom of expression, right to education, health, and everything what exists. So if you're talking global level, of course, all rights are affected, but also for us here in Europe, in Council of Europe, because we have more clear standards, I mean, everything is affected. So there are so many things the government needs to, they should do, but they fail to do. They have operational duty to provide you hospital, to provide you medical help, and many more. So they fail that. The problem is, and that is a key pattern in order not to give you a very big list because it will be boring at the end. Because in this region especially, we are looking at things like black and white. So every question from journalists when they are asking me is simply, Mr. Miletić, are government entitled to do this, to impose vaccines, or to impose masks, or to do this, or to do this? So they expect from me to say yes or no. So that's how we see, especially in this region, but not only in this region, just black and white. So I should say yes or no, and probably half of this room here thinks about, I don't know, masks in one way, and other half thinks in another way. But things are not that simple when it comes to, especially this Council of Europe area and human rights. The problem is we have quite clear standards when it comes to human rights, right to life, physical integrity, privacy, and so on. But this is exceptional time. This is something exceptional. And public health is always a moment when you can derogate human rights, when you can impose other measures, when you can do something differently. And then we come to several important things when government fail, simply. So one thing is if it was according to law. Many measures that were imposed or that were implemented were not according to law. They were just implementing them. So proportionality. That's another most important topic that I want to say. It was proportional. That's what you need to do. If you are banning freedom of assembly, if you are banning this or that gathering, are you doing proportionally or not? I think no. Especially in many countries in Europe, it's still disproportional. I think too much measures were imposed who are not needed simply for that particular moment. I think we lose proportionality, and proportionality is very important for human rights when you want to have something differently. Legitimate aim is there, definitely. And the last thing to say, I mean, that what we are missing any kind of control, parliamentary control by institutions and so on. So this is what is really lacking in this
Just to
moment.
jump in with a quick question, do you have any interesting examples from like case law where this was decided, like what was overstepping, what was proportional, what was adequate in terms of the response to the pandemic. So the things that like you had, you know, limiting of rights, you had limiting of the right of your like freedom of movement, you had and stuff like that. But were there any, for example, at the European Courts of Human Rights, case law that kind of sets some sort of a, you know, standard principle, something?
Very simple, because we have limited time. So if you want to see European Court of Human Rights, just type, you know, pandemic and cases of European Court, and you will find the fact sheet from October 2021. The short answer is no. We have several cases there decided, but they are inadmissible. That means that procedure is not respected before a local court. So some people in France and so on, they didn't finish procedure before the local court. One was complaining on passes, one was complaining on other things, so on. We have only one case from migrant in Malta that were put in detention, and he got the case before European Court. That was a clear violation of Article 3, but is a prohibition of torture. But the rest is pending cases. So I'm absolutely sure that we will have successful cases at the end. But at the moment, we don't have practice of European Court. I know that you read in media probably about this vaccination case in Czech Republic, that, you know, for, I don't know, that vaccines are mandatory. So it is possible for government to impose vaccines as a mandatory, so that's quite possible, but not in these cases for COVID-19 that we have. So that's one thing. Cases in the region, we have some cases in Bosnia from April last year, that is unconstitutional ban of all measures for up to 16 and above 65. Then we have Kosovo, similar cases in Kosovo where also some measures were unconstitutional. Then we have some in Italy, state of emergency was declared unconstitutional. And one interesting case in Strasbourg when they imposed, I think it was masks for younger than 18, than 11 years. So all those decisions, we have some local decisions on level of country or on level of city or so on that were declared unconstitutional or not according to standards. So we do have that, but it's still very unclear, and it's really like fog on European level. It's very hard to say what is standard now. That's very problematic.
Do we have Tamara now? Tamara? Hello. I have to turn around to see you. I'm going to be turning my back on you, essentially. Hi, welcome. So Tamara Pavasovic-Trost from School of Economics and Business, right? In Ljubljana.
Yes.
So Tamara, we're going to like switch gears a little bit and talk about the sociological aspect of all this. Like, what does this mean for us as a society, and how does this affect, you know, the sentiments of solidarity and accountability from this, like, not necessarily strictly legal point of view? What has sociology recorded and seen in the past year and a half?
Oh, great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We don't have sound.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I don't know where to look.
Tell me if you can hear me.
I think she froze now. Tamara?
Can you hear me? Can we try again? Hello?
Okay. Can you stick a little bit longer so we can go to other speakers and go back to you? Okay, because you two are in a hurry. Let's move to you directly. So one of the rights that I mentioned right now was like right to freedom of movement. Another one that was frequently mentioned in the context of pandemic is the right to freedom of expression. And for a lot of us, this has moved completely online in the past year and a half. And you, Irfan, are a member of the parliament that kind of proposed, right? That's the right word. Proposed, initiated a law that would regulate internet as a public sphere, as a public space. So far, public space has only been treated as a physical space in our legislature in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So what's like the gist of your law, and how, like the thing that interests me the most is like, where do you draw the line between regulating speech in the online sphere and like not moving over the line of curbing the right to freedom of expression?
Thank you for your question. My initiative is more against hate speech, not freedom of speech. But when you talk about hate speech and everything, other side of coin always is the freedom of speech. So by the law, you have four. I will use another. This one is okay. So you have criminal law, you have civil law, and you have rules in an election period. So in that three cases, you can sue somebody for hate speech or something, but it's really difficult to go to jail because of hate speech, because prosecution don't want to have a lot of cases by criminal law about hate speech. And fourth possibility by the law is the law about public order. And by public order, if I swear to somebody here or hate speech here, police will come and I will be fined by 500 euros. And if I go to my Facebook page with 30,000 followers and have a hate speech against you, nobody can have sanction against me. And my initiative is that internet must be public space. And the police must have a right to fine me if I have a hate speech on the internet place. That is in the second part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Republika Srpska. That is already a case. If you are in the internet hate speech in Republika Srpska, you can be fined by the police. Also in the European Union, like Croatia and other countries, internet is also public space. So I'm talking only about hate speech. You have a right to your personal opinion. Nobody can find you about your personal opinion. You have still criminal law, civil law, and other possibility if somebody have more serious hate speech, like we had a case with Lana, but she will talk about that. But I think that internet must be public place, public space, because if I have hate speech on my Facebook page or Instagram or everything else, I must be punished by the police like I have a hate speech on the street.
But what are the safeguards that it's not abused? Because
Safeguard
if you have,
is court,
yeah.
because against every fine by the police, you can go to the court, and you can you have a regular court and you have constitution court if that is not hate speech, if that is a freedom of speech. And in many cases, people think on the first place about politicians. Politicians have higher tolerance on the hate speech, and that is every constitutional court opinion. So in my case, I want to protect minorities in our community, women and young, because that three category is on the first place of hate speech.
Okay, thank you. I'll just check if Tamara is audible now. Can you say something? Tamara?
Yes, can you?
No, we still don't hear her.
No?
No. Okay,
okay.
So then we'll move to the example that Irfan... Do we hear her?
I don't know, can you?
Oh, yes, we do. Welcome.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, please.
Okay, so this has been a really good discussion. I was gonna just give a few thoughts on this, like you said, sociological aspect. And here, I would move away maybe from the mental health. So there's a lot of the stuff that we also have on disproportionate health effects, depression, suicide, drug use, alcoholism, all these things, and move more on actually how the relationships between people have changed. And I would just very quickly say 4 main human rights regards to logical effects is the first part, which is social isolation, and what the effect of social isolation had, particularly on younger children, and then on teenagers who were supposed to be socializing, in, especially in the first few years of high school, and we know already among older people. We know how much social isolation actually increases death rates for, in the long term. So this social isolation was really actually also so deadly in a way for parts of the population. And it's combined with this polarization and echo chambers that we've talked about. When people had extensive time alone on the internet, only seeing posts that algorithms showed them of similar people's opinions. So the conspiracy theories and the polarization has had effects on everyone, not just on people who were socially isolated. And we saw this already from the beginning, calling the virus a Chinese virus, to even today. The populism and support for anti-immigrant and very conservative policies has increased across the boards. So that's maybe the first group of issues. The second one that's related is access to digital services. So when we talk about human rights, we don't necessarily talk about, you know, access to phones or to internet connections. And what we saw, especially in research, not just in schools, but also for work or for getting anything done, you need a camera, a phone, you need to know Zoom, you need to have basic IT knowledge, which we know is a kind of phenomenon of this in all society. And it's really positive that many, especially government services, shifted online. So now, for instance, in Slovenia, you could actually apply for residence online, get passports. So they shifted things online, which is great because it means bigger access. But what's not great is that not all of us have this internet access. And even in schools, our exams here in Ljubljana, for students to take exams, they have to have a computer and a phone. The phone's camera has to be pointed at their face and the computer at their work desk. And this is so you need 2 phones on the internet and a computer, which we know people don't have, right? So as soon as you shift access to basic services online, you also actually have to make sure that everyone has equal access to those services. And then a third big group of things that I hope that there'll be a lot of time to talk about is what closed schools and lack of access to school means. So in the US, one of the first things they saw is that many students, the only warm meal they get in school is, they get during the day is the one they get in school. So what happens when you close schools? For instance, for the poor children, for disabled children, right? For disabled youth, the only place they had access to basic services was in schools. So here we're talking about a really big difference between poor families and middle class or upper class families. And this is especially, like I said, for disabled students, for poor students, and also for girls, where in many parts of the world, closing of schools ended their school careers altogether. And then the last big issue is freedom of movement. And here we're talking somewhat legal issues like crossing borders. Does the government have the right to not let you go visit your sick parents in a different country? So who gets which vaccine, which countries you can travel with which vaccine, which are based on arbitrary agreements between countries. And the same is with the COVID passes. In some countries, it's 6 months or 8 months. What are the exceptions? And here the human rights issue is that everyone in society has to have a way to participate equally, right? You can't give some people more access and not others. So I can't hear you if you're saying something.
That as well as proportionality, we have an echo. And this is something that is not maybe discussed as much as it should be in these times. What would be the responses in your view from, you know, governance on various levels to make sure that these things are kind of remedied or you know, prevent them from happening, like endangering certain vulnerable groups and their rights to education, to movement, to health, to safety for like, I don't know, victims of domestic violence, etc. What do you think? Like, just super briefly.
Yeah, super brief. I mean, we talk about this every day in the city. How can you let all students come? Those who are immunocompromised, who have COVID, all kinds of things, and there are ways to make it work. But the first part is saying, here's where the discrepancy is. And we have found a way in Slovenia to let any student come to school. We can't prevent them from having access, right? But now this has to happen for the disadvantaged, for the disabled, for victims of domestic abuse. But there has to be lobbying on each aspect of these disadvantaged groups to be able to get access, right? It takes social organizing to get where you have a big enough group lobbying to get exceptions from the government to be able to participate equally.
A little bit, but I think you said like organizing and kind of pressuring the government is key. Thank you so much for jumping in online. And we'll move to you, Lana, because I know you're in a hurry. So what Irfan mentioned, Lana is also a parliamentarian, Lana Perilic, and what Irfan mentioned was your example of online harassment that you experienced. So this was a really, really extraordinary case of what happened to you. Could you like walk us through that real fast and give this like perspective of a person that was targeted by an unprecedented amount of hate online because of something closely related to the pandemic?
Okay, so first of all, thank you for the invitation and good morning to everyone. I will try to sum up really fast all what was happening. Actually, a lot of people already know the whole history of that. So I got my second dose of vaccine and I put it on my Facebook page, and someone who is in politics and who is followed by a lot of people in order to give example of how we should get vaccinated in this pandemic. And I wasn't the first one of my colleagues that put that photo. Irfan put photo as well, and I wrote 2 sentences in which I said that, and now I'm fully vaccinated. I'm inviting citizens to approach the vaccination. That's it. So in those messages there were no elements of any kind of hate speech of me against anyone or forcing anyone to do anything. And I posted that on my Facebook page, and then in next 6 hours the total mess happened. Irfan and other of my colleagues were calling me and said, Lana, what's going on? They're like, first hundreds and hundreds and then thousands and thousands of comments coming, and at first I started to read them, but in one point it was so lunatic that I couldn't even couldn't follow those comments. Those comments were mostly threats, hate speech, offending me, and so on. And at the very end there were like more than 30,000 comments, where 90% of them were actually sort of hate speech or threats or so on and so on. And the reach on the Facebook, which is not visible for public, but I can see it, is more than 1.3 million people saw that post. So I said to the media as well that those people who tried to offend me and those people who posted comments which are not pleasant at all, actually made me a favor to me and to people, because they actually commenting my post promoted vaccination, because we all know that there are more comments, the reach is bigger. And I try to put that in the context of Irfan initiative, because he put initiative in a procedure like 7 or 10 days before that, and then that happened to me. And the biggest issue about that is that those people who commented, they're not fake profiles. So they're real profiles of people with full name and surname, smiling from their profile pictures with their daughters, granddaughters, so their family, men and women as well. So I don't want to be, selective about that. Also, a lot of people ask me, okay, you are in a position, maybe people from the position attacked you. No, that's not true. A lot of my colleagues who are in a government or in the position in a parliament called me and gave me support. So it doesn't have any relations with that, and we try to figure out how my post got so popular, let's say, and a lot of people told me that maybe my photo ended in some sort of anti-vaxxers group, and that's how all of it happened. But the point is not Lana, and the point is not that happened to me. I think that was a perfect opportunity to start to talk about hate speech. As Irfan said, we in politics get unfortunately used to those kind of comments, but I cannot question, I question myself what is going on with the people, especially teenagers on in online space who are on TikTok, Instagram and so on, when they got so many hate speech in their comments, which can really have bad injuries, let's say, on their psychological health. And, you know, and we know that no matter how much I love technologies and social media, it's really dangerous and important to say to people that hate speech is not freedom of speech.
But what you said is I think relevant, and you said it like Irfan himself and a lot of other colleagues of yours. Oh, and I'm sorry I didn't properly introduce you. You're both from SDP, Social Democratic Party in Bosnia, have done very similar things and haven't had the same reaction. So I mean, we can't prove it, you know, at court. But I think the fact that you're a woman, that you're a young woman in politics had a lot to do with this response. Because I saw, like, in response to what happened to you, and I was also wondering, like, how many of you, probably you from Bosnia, have seen and heard about this case? Anyone familiar with this? Yeah. Yeah, people from Bosnia mostly. So I think it's a remarkable case for more than Bosnia, because like having 30,000 comments on like a post saying, I got vaccinated, go ahead and do the same, is extraordinary by any measure, happening in any country, in any language. So that's something that, in my view, should have been more of a news when it happened. But I think that this may go to your point as well, that like online harassment is not random. It's targeted at certain groups, more than yeah.
I must agree with you, sorry, because that's my motive for my initiative, because for me, nobody can have sexual comments on my vaccine. Yeah. But she is a woman, and you have 1,000 sexual comments about vaccine. Yeah. And the biggest threat for hate speech is for minorities, any minority in our society, for women and youngsters, because young people don't want to tell their parents or somebody else about hate speech and bullying on cyberspace.
Thank you. And I just want like another brief comment from you is like, do you think that the topic of your post was something that was super triggering in like, it wouldn't happen if it was something else, I think. It wouldn't happen if it was not like a young woman in politics talking specifically about vaccination. Because I see that in the context of human rights, it's been interpreted by anti-vaccination crowd as some sort of repression. And some go as far as to call it fascism and stuff like that. So how do you think that factor, like specifically in Bosnia, what do you see from your constituents? Is this something that is seen as, you know, some sort of a overstepping by the state, just like calling people to get vaccinated, basically?
Actually, when you call fascists that they are fascists, they got offended about that, you know. So the thing about that is, I spoke about my case in a parliamentarian session as well, and I think that we have that the government and we all sitting in the parliament have really big responsibility about giving right information to the people. And we in Bosnia and Herzegovina missed the whole campaign about vaccination in the context of giving right information to the people. People got informed mostly on Facebook and internet on really bad websites, which are written by no-name people talking about things. I saw an agenda that Jelena Kalinic will join you today or tomorrow, and she's the one that contacted me immediately, said that she had almost the same sort of violation, let's say, and harassment, in the sense that she tried to filter and give the right information about vaccines, and she's also the woman. When I started doing politics, I tried not to think about being professional women in politics. But when these things happened, you know, as Irfan said, if we can try that experiment. Actually, we tried it already in some cases when we put on Facebook some news or in the media, and when he's on a photo, or in other case when I'm at a photo, there are totally different comments. They are on the same topic. They're mostly commenting, I don't know, his family or his past or, I don't know, education, whatever. But in my case, 90% of comments are based on my appearance, yeah, and then there's coming a family and so on and so on. So it's you can see that people who are commenting mostly on some media, the news where I'm on the photo, they actually do not read news at all. They just see the photo and that some woman is on the photo. So I think we have a big problem. For me, when all this happened with that hate speech on Facebook, which was extraordinary, people from Croatia, Serbia, and that got so viral that there were comments like people from America saying, how come this girl came to my Facebook feed? You know, so it went really wild in that point of time, but I didn't feel offended. I didn't felt offended. And a lot of people ask me, okay, are you scared? Do you feel unsafe? No, I didn't feel unsafe, or I wasn't scared because I knew that somehow that is a part of my job. But of course, a part of my job and our job is also to raise a voice about those things and getting some bad stuff on ourselves in order to at the very end have positive results and protect those minorities who cannot defend themselves.
You wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to comment. I mean, as someone who personally has a really extensive experience with hate speech before, practically. So as you know, in Belgrade, they banned 4 gay prides, and I was around always. I was so visible, and I received mass hate speech. I mean, from hate speech like, oh, you are sick, to I will kill you and your parents and everything. So it was from. And then every year we select like about, let's say, 50 of those that are, you know, that are real people on Facebook, that are threatening very clearly, and so that are threatening that they will do something. I was trying to see what is in Federation, I mean, in criminal code. In Serbia, criminal code is from Socialist Yugoslavia, and there is a one criminal offense called like threat to personal security. So it's easiest to prove, actually. And police say, okay, we will do it like this. So we took 50 comments from these Facebook groups or to me or so on, and go to the court. So my experience, so we have about 250 to 300 cases. So my experience from all those cases is the following. Number one, none of those guys is repeating that hate speech on the court. They are really saying, I'm so sorry, I don't know what I did, I don't know any gay person, you know, I was so provoked by why they are talking too much about it on TV, and I'm so sorry to Mr. Miletić, can you shake hands? And I say, no, I mean, I don't want to know, I'm really, really sorry, and so on. So all of them are sorry. Then the second part is when they are almost start crying. Why? Because they will not send them to prisons for threats. They will not send them. But what judge can do, they will take computer because they did a crime through the computer and they can take computer. Oh, don't, please, the computer is my only property. This is the only what I have. I'm so sorry, and so on. So they get conditional punishment at the end, all of them, 1-2 years, plus they took them computer. And all of them are sorry. So this is it. And I think, and then we saw decrease of number of hate speech cases for around Pride at least, because they know, they heard from each other that they got a blue envelope. And blue envelope is still, at least in this region, is very powerful when blue envelope is starting, because when you lose a case, you will at least pay these taxes on, you know, and so on. So I think it's very good to report them at least. I just don't know if you have that criminal offense, but it's really powerful to play at least that legal game with them. And I think at some point they will start decreasing. But I see now in Serbia they are coming back because of some other things. So in Serbia, like, you have several taboos that you should not touch. LGBT is not that much. They are not threatening. But when I'm talking about genocide in Srebrenica, when I'm talking about Kosovo, when I'm talking about, okay, corrupted government and organized crime, and okay, these 4 or 5 topics in Serbia, or you say like, okay, no, I don't care for Novak Djokovic. I mean, I don't care because it's simply, I don't care. He's a sportsman. It's nice. It's lovely. Super. That's nice. But I mean, this is, you know, I care for some other things maybe. So there are some taboos in Serbia that are like, let's say 5 taboos. And when I'm talking about that, anything you have that is not majority opinion, So you will be really, really seriously threatened. Not that much on Facebook anymore. Twitter is now much more powerful for threats, I mean, and so on. So this is my personal experience, but when it comes beyond, I'm reporting. I don't know in Boston if it's function that you can report it via email, but we have a super solution now. We have email, and when you submit that, police must do something, or prosecutor must do when you submit by email.
Can I just add? It's really slow when I'm talking about federation. In February this year, I got direct threats of that through email from the person who put his full name and surname, and I went to the police, and then police told me. They were really nice. They're like the nicest person there. And they gave me even their private numbers in a case that something happened that I can call them. That was in February. I went to the judge at May to give my statement. Now is almost, yeah, it's November, and I didn't give, and I didn't get any information what happened with that. It is really slow, and I know a lot of people from the police who are trying to do their best. They're telling me, okay, Lana, we know how to do that, but without warrant we cannot do anything because we will lose our job, or not just losing job, but if we do anything which is not based on strict regulations and bureaucracy, you know, then the case will just fall down, you know. So
I was gonna jump on a similar point, and is that like they lack very specific guidelines, and they're gonna use that as an excuse. So they would tell you something like, how do we know that's the person that used the computer? Like the IP address doesn't even really necessarily prove anything, and I don't have it anywhere written in the criminal code that I have like a procedure of like extracting evidence in this case. And in a lot of cases when you report threats, or we tried like for Raskrinkavanje, we tried to do a story about like how is sexual harassment processed online? What happens like if you are persistently harassed by a person via emails, Facebook messages, Twitter, whatever? Nothing. Like, even if Republika Srpska, for example, has something of a provision in the law that kind of addresses that, but in practice, nothing happens. So you can report it, and it's just going to get stuck. Like your case got stuck, it's going to get lost, or they're going to ask, like, did he do anything? Because still, the online space is not considered real world. And if you received, like, dozens of messages, they don't count that as he did anything. It's just like, these are just words. So that's not treated in the same way, which you could treat like...
I think at least one or two cases before European Court is the answer. Because we have this, you know, especially in this region, that police, prosecutor doing nothing. We have that pattern, plus on top of it, you have like 6 years. I was waiting for those cases that I'm telling you. I mean, 2009 or 10, they threatened me. I was having my hearing in the court 2016, 15, 16. So that's two things. They are not doing anything. Investigation is underway, yeah, sure. And then plus courts are slow. So the answer is European Court, and that can happen something. Case from Serbia. There was a guy in Jagodina, you know, this horrible place when this Palma is. And there was a guy belonged to this, I don't know the name of this religious community, but you call it Hare Krishna. So he was living there, and they beat him several times. They, you know, destroyed the door of his flat. They beat him heavily several times, and the last time they put a cross on here. And that was horrible. He was reporting that every time, but police did nothing, of course. I mean, what they were going to do. And, you know, we tried before the court. Nothing happened before Serbian courts. I mean, like, well, underway, so on. And before European Court, we got that is violation of European Convention because Serbia did nothing to provide protection or, you know, fair trial or protection from against torture and so on. So I think you should have several cases related to this, and then I think, you know, state will start thinking. I mean, that something should be done. So otherwise I don't see that it will change.
I mean, when even something like as horrendous as that and physical as that is not processed, like expectations for speech are even lower.
That's why we are trying to combine Irfan initiative and my case, you know, in order to get attention of the people on that.
I remember actually you were talking about your initiative on the day, I think, that you got comments, and you said, on my way here, my colleague got like dozens of comments, and it sounds even funny now because it's now tens of thousands, and that was kind of really blew up in a way that was really unpredictable. Okay, so sorry for keeping you neglected for so long. I would like to move to you, Adelina, who have interesting examples from how to, like, some of the rights that we mentioned are rights to freedom of expression and the freedom of movement, and these are crucial rights for citizens who want to kind of express their disagreement with something that the government is doing, or to point out to some negative, you know, things happening in the society. And one of the ways that people do that is to protest. So protesting during the pandemic has become a bit challenging, unless of course you're completely reckless and you're protesting the fact that pandemic is happening and claiming that there's no virus, etc. But we're not talking about that kind of protest. Although that would be interesting if we have time to kind of tackle that. But what were you doing as an activist in terms of like things that kind of got you upset and you wanted to react to? How did you do that in a way that was kind of accountable and responsible during the time of the pandemic?
Yeah, you don't have to be reckless. You just have to find other ways to do it, like push these traditional ways. Okay, hi everyone. I did learn to say dobro jutro, but that doesn't apply anymore. I'm Adelina from Kosovo. Okay, I'm gonna try to mention some of very practical initiatives that we took together with different activists and some very anonymous groups that do work in Kosovo in terms of I don't know, tackling different issues that you, sometimes it's better if you don't do it publicly. So we did follow every session here, and we saw how we struggled, especially with the first lockdown. But in Kosovo, exactly at that time, the government decided to surprise us with this drama thing, and we saw that the government was about to fall. So they did. But to try to prevent that, we tried to find ways to protest. Obviously, we were in lockdown. We couldn't go in the streets as we usually do. So we organized protests in balconies. I can provide you links, and they look really interesting to see, because we weren't sure that people were going to join. Like, this was a form used back in the 90s, but we were like, now it's young people, they might not want to join. It sounds kind of crazy. But no, by sharing it for the first day, that was less, actually it was during the nights, there were less people a part of that. We would share it on social media all the time, and then more people joined, so that this went on and on for like 1 week or more. People would go to the balcony and basically protest against the government, so they should not fall, because obviously we were scared about our health. We don't have to deal with elections and stuff like that, and we didn't have to have this also political, let's say, situation in our hands and in our heads. Apart from that, it was successful because it made the government react at some point, even though the government fell again and we had elections and everything, but you could see people were eager to protest. It didn't matter if we were in a lockdown. Another initiative, a very interesting one that wasn't very much expected from anyone, was we had these measures that we have to stay 1.5 meters apart of each other. So different activists in Kosovo went to the square in Pristina, where mostly all the main protests take place. And we did this, we sprayed these red dots, very practical, like 1.5 meters away from each other. And we wanted to provide this space for people to have the space to protest. Like, okay, we are in a lockdown, we cannot go crazy in the street, but if we're gonna follow the measures, then we can do it this way. We can protest like this. And they were used, like they were used by different groups of activists. They were even used by the government or the political parties that were having campaigns for the elections.
Dots?
Yeah, the dots in the square that we were like, that's not why we did it, but okay. So they were used by different people, and that was very pleasuring to see that just with this small idea, with really not much money, we could actually provide that space for people to go and protest. What else was done? Different activists came together and also organized this online campaign on visa liberalization for Kosovo. So we used the idea of isolation. We know how we felt being isolated during the lockdown, and we would like ask the EU basically, how does it feel? We've been isolated for so long, now you feel it. How is it for you guys now? Because we know we've been through this, we feel isolated every day because we cannot travel without a visa. This was also a campaign that took some attention, not as much as we wanted, but however we wanted to use the isolation as a topic, as a thing that we all were going through to provide that. I need to mention also that those dots and everything and different forms of protestings were also came in handy for the 8th of March. We have the traditional 8th of March for Women's International Day. That we organized, and we didn't want to stop because it was pandemic. We didn't also want to risk anyone's health. So what we did was the idea of having everyone, whoever wants to join the protest but doesn't want to come at the square, doesn't want to join the march, they can basically put these fabrics in their balconies with their slogans or whatever they want to point out or highlight. So much people did, and this did not only happen in Pristina, it was very welcoming for us. It happened around in almost every city in Kosovo, so women who could not come because of the pandemic joined the march, or even men and young men would hang these white fabrics with their calls. But we also had the march, and a lot of people joined. We tried to keep it like civil, but we needed to scream in the middle of the street, so we had to use that opportunity. So these are some of, let's say, ways that we find to do. I know maybe they sound like small activities, but you know how we felt during the lockdown. Anything that we could do helped us. So this is what we tried to do. Some had their effect and some didn't. But the idea was not to stay silent and just be like, okay, it's the lockdown, whatever the government decides, whatever rights are violated, we're just gonna stay silent.
Did you have any reactions from the government that were different to these types of protests from the reactions that you had before? Because I assume these were not the first that you did.
I mean, every government in Kosovo is, I can say the civil society there is pretty strong, so they expect anything. Like, they would be probably surprised by the way we choose to do it, but they have, let's say, the same statement for everything. They have to be political or represent their party or whatever. It wasn't something significant. I mean, they're used to us reacting. They were surprised, I can say, with the idea of protesting in the balconies, because it was a really old way of protesting, and it wasn't just staying in the balcony. We had these pots and with the forks, and it was cool to see, but also had an impact. And the fact that people joined each day, like especially in cities that barely something like that happens, for us was very, very interesting.
That also reminds me, and I'm sure Goran also remembers, that the same type of protest that we had in Serbia in the 90s as well, when there was like a huge repression against people who were protesting, am I doing this right? The election, well, fraud basically. And then when it got really dangerous in the streets, it went on to balconies and pots and shouting and screaming and everything. So I understand why you say it's an old way, because
in our case, actually, we had the people with us, I might say. Like, we had only the government saying that we don't agree. We wanted to have the elections, even though it was a really stupid reason why they wanted to do so. But you could see that people were fearing for their health, and why do I have to go through elections and have the government fall right now in the middle of pandemic? We had to go through that, but the idea of having people support your idea of protesting was very interesting.
The same happened like in a lot of countries. The same technique was used to kind of express support for health workers who were like at the front line of the pandemic. So I think it's interesting also in the context of the previous panel how now this private space was also like reimagined as not just like place where you work, but also place where you're being an active citizen, because other physical spaces were kind of out of reach for you at the time.
That's why, sorry, we were skeptical of doing this, even though we knew it would remind people of using this form in the 90s, because we could see like videos in Italy where people would go and actually sing in their balconies. But for us, we were like, do we have a reason to sing? We don't have a reason, so let's go and protest.
Thank you. We're super out of time, but like I want to give an opportunity to people to, again, if anyone wants to say, you do, go ahead. And you do. Okay, great.
You want this one?
Okay. I'm going to speak really loud so everyone can hear me. Hello. Hello, my name is Maciek Piasecki. I work as a journalist in Poland, where I document many of the protests. And your question with the anti-vaccination, anti-regulation protests, I brought something into my mind, because I saw the police using the very same anti-protest tactics during these anti-vaccination protests as they did with the pro-democratic protests, the women's movements. So I don't think we should have double standards here. Like if the authorities are abusing their power against a group that we don't necessarily agree with, like we should still stand for their rights, like for free expression. Like we can criticize them, we can say that they are doing dangerous things, but like we shouldn't turn a blind eye when the authorities are doing something illegal and something they shouldn't do.
Yeah, we've seen interesting examples actually of like police brutality and police overstepping their authority in tackling protesters, usually from those crowds, because they would like not wear masks, gather in like big groups, etc. And then you would get people who kind of subscribe to these conspiracy theories about COVID being a plot from the government to install repression, etc., etc. Use these examples. We would see like a video montage of several of such cases put in one, and then that's used actually to kind of advance their cause, saying something like, this is what's happening all around the world. Police are arresting people without masks, which is of course not true. So there's also a backlash to that type of, as it always is, not just the fact that you're like kind of overstepping what you should be doing, but that it can have like an additional effect on kind of helping the cause. Yeah, go ahead, and then we have to go.
And I think like if these movements see that the media and the NGOs are turning a blind eye, they will like put them into the conspiracy as well, saying like, look, like these are like the free media, they like YouTubers they have, and like this is just part of the global network.
So Amila, sorry for waiting this long. So you have also done research in what examples of like how the government in Bosnia in specific treated the pandemic from the prism of human rights. So I would like to give you like an opportunity to give us an overview of that, and also if you can to kind of reflect on one specific decision that was very interesting to me, and that's the decision of the Constitutional Court. I think it was about mask mandate in specific. Like, was it, permissible to have mask mandate in certain levels of government during the lockdown and a couple of months that followed?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Good day, everybody. So I just want to mention, like, regarding the pandemic itself and the way the relationship between the state and the citizens of the state was really strained at most of the time. First and foremost, the way that most governments reacted at the very beginning of the pandemic was very drastic and very dramatic at times, especially here in the region where we see all of a sudden imposed curfews, or how they're called in our region, policijski sat, which does have some allusions to certain times which are very traumatic for our region. And all these things amounted to a very big distrust in the government itself and these measures themselves. So later on, when we saw some less, let's say, invasive measures and less invasive measures, we see that the citizens didn't really want to follow them. Masks are not that big of an issue, but if you're being locked down for several months without any means of getting outside of your home, then you don't really believe those measures at all. You don't see the point in them, especially in the context of the measure for minors and seniors that they weren't allowed to leave the house for over a month. This measure did make sense in the sense of a week or two, but later on it was just evident that the government wasn't really thinking about it. They just imposed measures. They didn't think about any precautions to the measures. They didn't think about amending the measures, making them more livable, so to say. And we just see that a lot of measures were being put out and there was not very much context to them. People were very confused. This is a new situation, and people in general do not have such trust in the government anyway. And then in this pandemic, we could see all the problems, all the underlying problems that the government and that the state itself and its functionality has, at least here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I think it was very evident in the region as well. We see all these issues that are usually covered up by other political affairs. We don't talk about them. When it came to COVID and everything that was happening, then you could see that our healthcare system was absolutely failing, even before the pandemic itself. Now we could see all the corruption that was going on, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We had this case, which is still ongoing in court, where very high-level politicians were basically buying only the cheapest goods that weren't even, well, medically graded enough to be actually used in the specific purposes, especially in the COVID pandemic situation. So in general, just to keep it short, I think there was a lot of measures being imposed just to be imposed, instead of actually thinking about the consequences for the systems themselves and how they can actually impact the pandemic. In particular, I would like to mention a few restrictions and measures that were imposed, and that you can actually see how far the measures actually impacted a large number of different human rights. We mentioned earlier the freedom of movement was restricted by the restriction of movement for seniors and minors, but also we saw the general restriction of freedom of movement with the curfews, but also we saw restriction of freedom of assembly, which is particularly, in my opinion, very contradictory, considering that certain assemblies and certain protests were being denied. But when election time came, there was absolutely no problem for holding certain electoral campaigns, regardless whether it was inside, outside, how many people were there masks or not. In those periods, we totally forgot about Corona, but in the few months before that, when the Pride March was supposed to be organized, then it was a very big issue to have any sorts of protests on the streets, even though at that period of time there were less cases of COVID cases than in the period before the elections themselves. Also, a very interesting restriction for what I found was in the very beginning of the pandemic, around March or April 2020, we saw a restriction on freedom of speech with a ban of fake news in Republika Srpska, which was very controversial in the sense that of course, we should tackle fake news, but there is a way that we tackle fake news, not just when we have a pandemic. Oh, suddenly it became important, and suddenly the restrictions became so massive that it was more of a restriction of freedom of speech and a way to legalize government-sanctioned government sanctioned. I'm a loss of words. I don't know. Censorship, yes. And luckily, the OSCE mission in Bosnia-Herzegovina and the OSCE in general reacted very quickly, and the decision itself was pulled out very quickly. And also, which was very interesting for me that they deleted the decision itself and the text of the decision from all of the websites of the government of Republika Srpska. So it was totally deleting every issue that arose, and I think that just illustrates the way that the government was actually handling the pandemic. Okay, we'll impose something because we saw it somewhere, some foreign government made that decision, and we'll just implement it here without even thinking how we should implement it. It's not that important to have a measure there just so you can say to external partners and to the diplomats, oh, look, we have these measures. No, you have to think of a way how to implement these measures and that they actually have some type of impact.
Like from my perspective, I can testify that it didn't do anything to spread disinformation about the virus itself, and it didn't help at all in kind of like increasing public safety. And I remember at the time when it was adopted, like we would get, like as someone who does fact checking, we would get like inquiries from the media saying like, what do you think this is going to do? Is it going to help? And we're like, we're not even seeing this. This is not on our radar. Like this is not what, they're not using it in that sense. The only uses actually of a similar provision in Serbia that was also happening at the time and in Republika Srpska were against political opponents and or journalists and critics of official government policies, and not the policies necessarily of like lockdowns and stuff like that, but like literally a journalist in Serbia went and said, look, this hospital is not properly equipped to handle a crisis of this magnitude. And then she was kind of, you know, charged with breaking anti-disinformation law. So it was not a proportional and meaningful measure to begin with in either of our countries. But can I just like give Azra, you wanted to say something, and do we have a mic for her, and then we'll go back to you.
Luckily now I can take my mask off. I'm sorry that Irfan is not here anymore. Because I just wanted to comment on his proposition, because I have a lot to say. First and foremost, I wanted to ask him whether he read the article on Javna Rasprava, the comment that was published on Javna Rasprava about his proposition, because from what I've heard from him, it looks like he didn't, unfortunately, and I believe that it would be extremely useful for all of them, since like they are proposing it as a party, of course, because they are going to support it. What I see as an issue of proposition that they made, even though I agree that it is necessary to regulate such issue because it's a huge issue, and all around Europe more democratic societies have had issues with defining hate speech especially. The issue that I see is that that type of proposition would be applicable only for the highly privileged people. And that stakes, even though I'm really sorry and I like stay in solidarity with Lana because that was awful what she had to go through, but she's a public persona, she's a public official, and in that case, you know, when there is outrage of the public, there is more chance that public institutions, official institutions such as police, are going to react properly. And if we have that type of law, then they're going to react. But when it comes to, even me, I'm privileged, because if I go through something like that, I know that I have activist community and journalists that are going to support me. So we're going to make pressure, public pressure on institutions to do their jobs. But when it comes to, like, let's say regular person, you know, completely regular person that face hate speech, and there are cases when it comes to to it that people face systematic hate speech online. Unfortunately, institutions are not going to react, because I always go to this case. I would like to, I would ask them whether they know what are the practices. So how many cases are there in Republic of Srpska where police actually did something? How many people went to police and got like a feedback from a police? For me, that's also the issue, because I always go to the case of Vanja Stokic. She's an activist and journalist from Banja Luka, and she works really deeply on the issue of people in move, the migrants crisis, humanitarian crisis that's going around it. And one day, last year, she posted a photo with 2 migrants who safely managed to go to Italy, and she was happy because she knew them, she met them a lot of times, and there was a comment, she posted that on Facebook, and there was a comment of a man with his full name and surname, where he wrote that everyone should be like killed, that he would kill people such as Vanja and all the other activists and those people and people like in move, migrants also. So she was really scared. At the time she was all by herself in her apartment in Banja Luka. She didn't know what to do, so she contacted, at the time I was offering like free legal help at Oštra Nula, that's like also NGO in Banja Luka. So our president at the time contacted me to offer her help. She immediately, of course, contacted BH Novinari, because they also have Linija za pomoć novinarima. So there is like a way of helping to the journalists when they're attacked. It's a free legal help that the NGO BH Novinari offered to the journalists. So what was the reaction? She went, I prepared her very, very well, like really well. And the reaction was that the police guy told her, like, it was Saturday, and he told her, just come in Monday because like there's no one here that could help you. So what we did was like to create a public outrage. We wrote an article on e-Trafika, and then all the other media like republished it all around, and the activist community and journalist community reacted. But if that was the case with someone who's like just a regular person helping migrants, let's say, no one would care, because that person might not have the platform. So for me, it's not precise enough. It doesn't offer enough legal protection to regular people, and that's the biggest issue. But also it's like too broad. The proposition is too broad. So sorry for taking that much time, but thank you.
No, yeah, it's a shame that they had to leave because we were already late and they were like, had a hard stop at 12. It would be an interesting thing to discuss for sure. I think we can all agree that at current level, none of it is being implemented, regardless of who has been targeted by online hate speech. You wanted to say something, we have like 2 minutes left.
I know that time is short. We mentioned this case in Serbia, and I was it just happened in Sweden all the time, and I was comparing Balkan countries and so on. So at the beginning, I told you earlier that they were not ready. There was many people died, but then government was sorry because they must limit freedom of assembly. So it cannot more than. First they say 500 people, and I say 500 in Balkan. I mean, they put us in a home and no one can go out. And they say, we are so sorry, this never happened in Swedish history and so on. So many months later they come to 50, and I say 50, my God. And then this year they start, I think, this year they start with mask in recommendation to use mask during the peak hours in transportation. Recommendation. So guys, I mean, it's real. And people are using masks. and they were not gathering. And then you have a limitation in restaurants. That was the most horrible measure for Sweden. Limitation in restaurants, like at the end of last year, like after 7:30. So you are eating pizza in pizzeria, and 7:15 they say we are closing at 15 minutes because dinner is there at 6:30. So and then on top of everything, because everything was super organized, when you need help, you need a call. You are not going to hospital just because, oh, I have like 38. No, you are going to hospital if you have 40. You are not going before that. They don't want. I was trying several times because of other things, bleeding hands and so on. No, simply, you're okay. You're not dying. No, stay at home. And, we will find a way. So, and despite that, they formed the commission. Parliamentary commission now in Sweden, and they were doing the tough job. They say government is accountable. They are not ready, but it's parliamentarian commission. For all measures, all political parties agreed. And on top of everything, they formed the commission, and commission, despite everything that everyone agreed, say government was not ready, was not properly prepared for the pandemic. I mean, there was non-government in the whole world that was properly prepared for the pandemic. So this is accountable that we are talking to, and there was no consequences for citizens. I mean, and so on. Everything was based on recommendation. And we talk about vaccination. I see now it's 95% of people, not 95, it's 90% of people are vaccinated, 7% is against, and so on. So it is possible to do something. I'm not saying that Sweden is super, is the best. I will give you, because people like to hear bad examples. So a bad example is the following. So Sweden is now fully open, no mask, no nothing. But you can travel if you are on EU list, on exception list, or vaccination that they accept. And from this region, they accept vaccination from Turkey, from Albania, and Macedonia. From Bosnia, Kosovo, and Serbia, they don't accept vaccination certificate. Why? Because we didn't produce code as we should. And then there are exception lists who can visit you. So, for example, I have residence, and my child can, if I have child, can visit me, or my partner can visit me. But my parents cannot visit me. Why? Because I'm older than 18. So it's extremely stupid, because we don't have a strong family ties according to Swedish law. However, there is a trick. So they cannot come to Sweden. It's not legal. However, all arrivals from Iceland, Denmark, Norway, Finland are completely without any control by the law. They are not checking it. It's written very clearly. So if my parents travel to Copenhagen, and they show vaccination certificate, and then they pass through Copenhagen to Malmö, it's completely legal, without any control. So,
Us Balkan people always find a way.
No, it's not a way. This is what I'm saying. This is legally. And I'm asking them, they have some logic in that. So it's interesting, actually.
Pola minute.
Okay, I just want to highlight that everything that Goran was mentioning, everything that we were mentioning, it's just the relationship and the way that the state imposes these measures and the way that they actually address it to the citizens. It's not the measures themselves which are problematic. Well, sometimes they are, but usually it's not the problematic measures that are the problem. It's rather the way that they were imposed and the way the people were informed about them. Because people were not informed about their health, they were informed about the measures as a way for them to see that the government is in power and not them.
Thank you. No, I think we could go on for a while about these things, because how the reasons for the measures were communicated, were they proportional, did they make sense, do they still make sense? There's a lot of topics I encourage you to discuss after this panel, but I'm getting a lot of angry stares, so we have to wrap it up now. Thank you all for participating. I hope it's been interesting to everyone. And wear masks around the venue.
May I invite
next panel. Let me just, in the unofficial part of everything, let me just use the opportunity to say a few words about Point and why it's extra coming home for me. So, I'm Jelena Berkovic, I come from Zagreb, Croatia, and 6 years ago at Sarajevo Point Conference, our Factograph was becoming alive. Actually, this is where the embryonic stage of Factograph happened. And for me personally, coming home to Sarajevo, to Point, is an extra emotional thing. 6 years later, Factograph is a self-publishing, non-profit media. As a group of fact-checkers here in the Balkans, we have formed CCheck, the network of fact-checkers in Southeastern Europe, and we're creating great plans for the future. We don't care about earthquakes, we don't care about pandemics. The needs for us are very big. As we say, this information cares about no borders, no Schengens, no EUs, no nothing. And we have quite a lot of work to do. If somebody told me 6 years ago that this is how it's going to develop, well, it's good that the discussion started at the bar. And thanks to Point Conference and its bars, we'll start this panel with a geek, a policy expert, and an uncured journalist came to the bar at the Point Conference. Let's see what can get born from this. So, at this panel, we have Point veteran, if I may say, Martin, who will be able to share with us some experiences from his work both in Belgium and hopefully in the United States. We will share some experiences on how things work differently. And Carlos, coming from Maldita, a leading European Union fact-checking website. Maldita has been leading policy initiatives for the fact-checking community, with the fact-checking community, and hopefully within a year, well, by next point, we'll also have some very palpable news on how European fact-checkers are developing, but we'll see about that. The idea behind this panel was to discuss a bit on how big tech has been living in this pandemic times from our fact-checkers' perspective. And when we talk about big tech, let me just give us a backdrop. We've seen democracy, how it can easily fall apart, how transition to democracy is a very sensitive process, from Afghanistan to fallout of various rights and collective rights of all of us as citizens, our governments and parliaments not necessarily doing their job. We don't, it's nice to hear about Swedish experiences, but we don't necessarily have much in common with that. Regarding big tech, one thing that has happened, one context to have in mind is that disinformation is spreading virally, that technology is actually supporting the spread of disinformation, that the mechanisms against it, the technological tools and stuff, are not developing as fast. Actually, we will talk a lot about discriminatory actions by various big tech companies. We do have some changes in relation to what's happening in the general media sphere, as quite a few leaks are coming out. Whistleblowers are, at the moment we have one whistleblower, Francis Huygen, who is actually touring various European parliaments and explaining to policymakers what needs to be changed. And actually regulation is coming. After a few decades of unregulated internet, now we're actually talking about quite a few bills, like the UK Online Safety Bill, like a whole set of acts that the European Parliament is planning, with the idea of regulating the chaos on internet. So let's talk a bit about the chaos, how it actually looks like, what are your experiences in this. And just for everybody in the room, lunch is supposed to start at 1:15, but please, if we stay here until 1:30, that would be okay, right? We hope to get this, this panel to be a discussion with the mic, and I'll be bringing the mic around. Oh, Diana will be bringing the mic around, that's great. So that we actually get to hear not only the panelists, but the audience as well. So, let me start with the consequences of disinformation that you see in your regular work. What has changed in the last year and a half? What has pandemic done that you see as consequences, as its impact in various things, like we can talk about absurdities of anti-vaxxers being awarded, or very palpable violence spillover effects. We can talk about migrants in Spain and how they're not, how the things are not being dealt with. So, Martin, can we start with you? What is your, what are your ideas about the strongest tendencies right now?
So I was here at Point in 2019 talking about a network of Macedonian fake news sites, and basically that's a perfect illustration of how things changed. So we started fact-checking for Facebook in 2019 with Lead Stories, the site that I co-founded, and before 2019, fake news in the US on Facebook was mostly guys trying to rip off advertisers by posting spectacular fake stories and making people angry about politics and that sort of stuff. And the result was some advertisers got ripped off, and some people maybe voted for someone for the wrong reasons, but they were going to vote for that guy anyway. So it was a different time, and now we're literally seeing people die from misinformation, like directly. Like in those days, you also had problems with fake news on Facebook, leading to hate speech in faraway countries that nobody in Menlo Park ever cared about or heard about. But that was far away, and now people were literally dying because they read the wrong Facebook post and believed it. Like you should drink bleach, or you should take horse medication to cure your COVID. And for us, the first time we saw it, it was really an eye-opener. But now we see it almost every day. These Facebook timelines of people full of anti-vaxxer memes, and the vaccine doesn't work, and the virus isn't real, and it's a conspiracy. And then the last post is a fundraiser by their family to cover the costs of their funeral. Like Uncle Jesse died of coronavirus, which he didn't believe was real, but now we have to pay for a real funeral. And the first time we saw that, we were like, wow, this guy, maybe if we fact-checked a little bit harder, we could have saved his life. Then again, maybe not. But now there are literally websites. There's this website called sorryantivaxxer.com, which is nothing but a collection of these kinds of stories. And yeah, it changes the urgency, and it changes the nature of fact-checking quite a bit. Like the stakes, it's no longer about saving some advertiser a few dollars from getting ripped off. It's now literally a life and death thing.
Okay. First of all, thank you. It's my first time here, and it's been wonderful so far. And I arrived, yesterday at midnight, so it's going very well. So, this pandemic has, from my point of view, changed everything in the sense that, for some people, they had the luxury, even some of us, to think that disinformation and misinformation wasn't something that really had to do a lot with us. Like, if we were I don't know, users of very high informed individuals. We follow politics. That they won't trick me with that. And some people generally didn't even care. Like, you know, this information is something for politicians that care about their reputations, or journalists that don't want to be, you know, made a fool of. And then the pandemic started, and it was pretty clear that no one was safe. Like, everyone was watching this information around, voice notes on WhatsApp, the kind of, it was a difficult thing to fight, because the whole world was so unbelievable at that point. Like, we were sometimes stuck at home. It was impossible in Spain to go out of your own home for 3 months. And then, so naturally, how people wasn't gonna believe anything, since anything was real at that point. The very best thing that I take from the pandemic is that sense of disinformation and misinformation is something that affects me as an individual, for everyone. I mean, it raised the profile of fact-checking everywhere. You know, we had, I don't know, a good month for us was maybe 1 million users in the website. You know, that was a good month. March 2020, it was 10 million. Because people really wanted to know. It was really a life or death situation. Like, you know, some people are, you know, my brother-in-law is telling me that if I inhale water directly from the sea, I won't get the virus. So, you know, normally I couldn't believe it at all, but since this situation is so strange, well, who knows? So the very best thing I take from this situation is that for many people, raise the stakes in a sense of saying, no, we have to have a common reflection about how do we deal with this, particularly online. And all these regulation efforts that are coming, I think they are precisely because of that. Because the elephant in the room has become so big that it's quite impossible to ignore at this point. I mean, this is, as Martin was saying, life or death, which is, at that point is where normally regulation starts, where the thing is so urgent that politicians cannot ignore it anymore. Then we can talk about how sometimes with the best of intentions, they do terrible outcomes, but I have the feeling that we'll be talking about that too.
So to explain a bit more about why things need to be changed or regulated, and I hope that people have had the chance to see a few news about, well, there are NGOs monitoring lobbying in Europe, and when they have done their reporting on how many people and how many euros are being invested in lobbying from big tech mostly into these processes, well, basically we can talk about a very big event for big tech. From our point of view, especially because of the testimonies and Facebook papers and things that have been coming out, we now know what we might have felt only before, that 3 to 5% of hate speech on Facebook is taken down, while perhaps 10 to 15% of the disinformation is taken down. I'm not really sure what taken down means. Is it actually censored or just downgraded? But the point is, even these percentages happen only in English language, and it seems that it works territorially, not necessarily on all continents, but rather Menlo Park version exists and then every other version, in the sense that if some company, global company, was producing, for example, a product like a car, I would imagine it as a great car, a fancy car being driven in Menlo Park, while the rest of the world would get bicycles, or at least missing a few tires, rear view windows, and other safety products. Integrity systems basically are not turned off on, in the rest of the world. They're not necessarily developed. when we talk about the Spanish language, which is actually a very big language in comparison to Croatian, Serbian, Bosnian, and this one center language with different, well, I miss the words in English. What can you say, Carlos, about your experiences and how products work in a big language like Spanish? And hopefully, Martin, you can share your experiences, what you have learned in having the opportunity to compare how things might work, for example, in Belgium in comparison to United States. So what differences do you see?
I see that we are way behind. And I like what you said about Spanish is a big language. It's spoken all around South America, and that gives us a lot of millions of users, you could say. And yet, we are far away behind the efforts in English. That's why I think this is not solely or more importantly about the number of users. This has a lot to do with politics in the very basic sense of it. I mean, why these companies in Menlo Park or Palo Alto or even Seattle, they do care about US politics because the US politics have a very direct effect in them. I mean, at the very least, if not anything else, they can grab the CEO of one of these very big companies, take him, because it's normally a man, to the Congress, make him declare and you know, make him suffer for 3 hours. You know, if not anything else, they can do that. And that is very important. That's why they react all the time to the events that are happening in the United States. Because if you ask, it's not mainly a feature of the English language. If you ask around in the global south, there are many countries that speak English as the first language and they don't get, you know, any of the attention that the United States gets, which I think it's natural for the reasons we have been saying. Like, they have a very direct thing. When they watch it, that, you know, today on MSNBC, while they are having breakfast, they know it's happening and they can react. And that perpetuates a cycle that I don't like one bit. That is that these companies, many of the moderation they do regarding disinformation, it's already a very close circle. Like, there has to be some people at a corporate headquarters in California making a decision that we don't know, you know, who is taking the decision. We don't know which data they are looking at. We don't know the standards they use. We don't know nothing about that. But we do know something, that is, normally the decision takes place in California with people who lives there, who is, you know, surrounded by the kind of pressures that you have living in California and the kind of inputs you get by living there. That doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It doesn't happen in Spain, and I'm quite sure it doesn't happen here in Bosnia either. Like, our problems rank very much lower in the importance of these global companies that are sometimes not very truly global. I've lived in the US, I love the US, my life has been there very good, but this US-centric approach is just, it's not working for the rest of the world. So let's have a conversation about how we change that.
Decolonizing is a big discussion that needs to happen. But before we go to that, Martin, what are your experiences if you would to compare the quality of the products?
Yeah, I don't know the European side of the fact-checking program in Facebook. We work with Lead Stories. We work on the American market, so I can see what we're told there. But the thing is that it's all very compartmentalized. Like, we don't know what the European fact-checkers or Spanish fact-checkers or fact-checkers in Africa or in Asia, what they are seeing and what they are getting. We don't know their numbers, so because, yeah, Facebook says that's not something that you guys need to know. You need to focus on the US market. But yeah, it's true what he said about Facebook caring more about what could happen to them in America, because that's where they live and that's where they're regulated. on top of that, the US also has the First Amendment. So their mindset is also, well, they can't make laws that will make us regulate content because, yeah, it's illegal for the government in the US to make those laws. So compared to if you come to Europe and in Germany, if you want to say nice things about a historical figure with a little mustache, be very careful because there are literally laws against that in Germany, and that's just inconceivable in the US to have those kinds of laws. Their perspective is a bit different. And also, yeah, it's where the money comes from. Like, okay, if some small country where they make some pocket change decides to do regulation, they just say, oh, well, who cares? And take China, for example, they just don't operate there because they were banned by the Chinese government. So yeah, it is possible for a government to say, no, we're not okay with what you're doing. Of course, the Chinese are doing it for entirely the wrong reasons, but so yeah, it's a complicated problem, and the rules are different, the sensibilities are different. So
it's also a money problem, if you allow me. Like, you can see if everyone here speaks English, so they can perfectly do it. If we turn on if this goes on YouTube, and we turn on the subtitles for languages, right now the system knows exactly what I'm saying. It's perfectly able to translate me into words in English. If we were having this conversation in Spanish, not to mention other languages that are much more minoritary, the program couldn't know. I mean, the technological aspect is so basic as that it doesn't even sometimes how to interpret. You can do this on Google Translate and you see that English is translated everywhere, and then the rest is very much substandard in quality.
Yeah. But then the answer to the First Amendment issue would be perhaps that yes, freedom of speech exists and should exist, but freedom of speech is not the freedom of reach. And there are companies, such as Twitter, for example, that are much more transparent about how they work and what actually they produce as a product. They have an open API for researchers to use, but they're the only ones. Facebook is a company that has third-party fact-checking program. It could be better, or perhaps our experiences regarding online harassment and other challenges could be addressed better. But basically, this is the free will of, for example, those two companies. We have no idea what others are doing at the moment. They're not being forced to do something, and hopefully the regulation in the future will change. But please, Carlos, would you be able to explain, perhaps on the top of the list would be YouTube, why YouTube should be in the focus, in our focus as well. And let me just use the opportunity to say that we have one question from the audience, right? Tiana, so...
I was actually going to mention that exact thing, so just continue.
About YouTube, that's the very focal point of many people that cares a lot about this information these days, precisely for the pandemic, because YouTube have served as a truly wonderful organizing tool for precisely the kind of bad actors that are, inferring that drinking bleach is very good against corona and all that kind of thing. You can see them having daily streams of a few hours and videos and using that video content in other platforms. And of course, you can always see a very nice banner there with a PayPal account or a bank account, so you can contribute to them. There is some movements in Spain. It's called Doctors for the Truth, and I say in Spain, but it was also in Germany, and then jumped to South America, and then it's everywhere, and it exists in a big part because of YouTube, because of lack of action by YouTube, which is a company that, unlike some other platforms, cannot claim like they are so poor they cannot afford to do anything, because that we are talking about a multi-billionaire company that is doing next to zero against disinformation. Next to zero. What they do, what they actually do, and when you sit with them and they sit with you, because they are very, very smart and very polite people, is they will tell you that when they found out that something is disinformation, they will delete it. First of all, first thought here is like, how do you decide something is disinformation? I don't know. You don't participate the people in telling them how you decide something is true or not. But they do delete. That's all they do. Like, I find something I don't like, I delete it. How that helps in the fight against disinformation? You know, there are some things that just have to be deleted. I mean, child pornography, extreme violence of hostages, that kind of thing. Okay, that can be deleted. But when it comes to disinformation, all fact checkers in the world that you might ask, they are going to tell you they don't want the content to be deleted. What they want is for people to see that some reasonable people have problems with that and they have flagged it as disinformation. Because if you share a video as a user and YouTube deletes it, the first impression you're going to get is that you're being censored, you know, for starters. And if you have shared that link and people are clicking on that link and then it says this video has been deleted, everybody's going to think that's an instance of censorship. So
what are they trying to hide?
What are they trying to hide? That question all the time. So what we are begging YouTube to do is what we know it works, because there's academic research about this, and you know, it's much more useful and much more, you know, more information is always better than less information. And if you could, you know, if you want to respect freedom of speech, do not restrict a speech for anyone. That video can remain there. But what about having a link to the kind of source that says why drinking bleach is actually bad for you? Well, this is a very simple conversation to have. But as Chilena knows, and many other people in the room knows, this seems like a very difficult conversation to have with YouTube. Because what they do want to do is to delete content. Which content? We don't know how they pick it. Why they don't offer a solid explanation as why that is disinformation? We don't know either. But we keep pushing. We keep pushing. And in this policy conversation, we are always like the very small guy in the room in front of giants with big budgets. But it's not going to be because lack of trying, because we're going to be trying.
One of the issues with YouTube is the rabbit hole of its algorithms that has taken quite a few people down the road that is very worrisome. But Martin, you can feel that mentioning algorithms is an introduction to something that you very much care about. These algorithms, I mean, for Facebook, it is said that it is a concert of algorithms. Some may be turned on or everywhere, but some may be turned off. So it's a question. Nobody knows, actually. It's a business secret. It's confidential. But, Martin, what would you say about algorithms?
Yes, I mean, a lot of politicians, when you ask them what should be done about fake news, oh, we should ban fake news. It's simple. We make it illegal and then it's solved. But yeah, that brings a whole lot of problems, because who decides what's fake news and what do you mean ban? But it's actually the algorithms they should be focusing on, because they're the thing that poison the minds of so many people. I like to compare it sometimes to a drug, but a drug that specifically looks for the thing that you are most likely to get addicted to and then becomes that. Like if you are somebody who likes gambling, then yeah, it turns into gambling. If you like somebody who likes to be high, this drug will make you high. If you like it rather slow and low, then yeah, it will give you a nice and cozy feeling. So that's what the algorithm does. It knows what kinds of messages you get angry or upset about, or are likely to get you to stay longer in the app, and usually those are the ones that trigger an emotional response. So they learn how you tick, how individual users tick, and then feed them more of the same stuff. And that's perfectly fine if you like photos of cute kittens or babies or rainbows and unicorns and world peace, and if the algorithm feeds you that and it makes you happy, fine, great. But if you like to get upset about stuff the government is secretly doing to you, and you find one video like that and you like it and you comment on it, and it leads you deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole until you believe the space aliens are controlling us with mind control lasers in the vaccines that will blah, 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 then that's obviously a problem. And that's why I say that politicians should focus more on regulating the algorithms, and not by banning algorithms, like, but more, it's been said, like the big tech is like big tobacco or big oil or whatever, but we regulate tobacco and oil, like we put these huge warning labels on cigarettes. We make regulations on what you can and cannot put in your fuel for cars. There's emission standards, all that sort of stuff. So we don't say you cannot use oil or you cannot use cigarettes, but we are saying, at least warn people that if they smoke more than 2 packs a day, they will get cancer, and don't sell it to kids and that sort of stuff. And I think the equivalent for that with algorithms would be more transparency on all social networks, like, why are you seeing this? Why is the algorithm showing you this video or this post? And then you click on it and it says, it's because you're a 45-year-old man from Belgium who has an interest in blah, 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 according to our algorithm. So we think you will like this next video because it has sex and violence and blah, 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 or whatever. Which will hopefully let people see, oh shit, this is what the algorithm thinks I am. And maybe I shouldn't click this video, or maybe I shouldn't read this post.
I think we are tiptoeing around a very important conversation about transparency. Like, a huge part of our lives is in there. Our life, our engagement with others and the public and the government, and we don't know pretty much anything about that. How this gets recommended, why I am viewing this and not that. How, you know, for us fact checkers, like, this content, how many people exactly have seen this? Of all those have seen this, how many before I debunked it, and how many after? How many saw my debunk? How many clicked on the link? There's so many basic stuff that we don't know, and they are the only ones to know, these platforms. So the very first conversation, when I talk to politicians, like banning fake news, that kind of thing that Martin was referring to. I mean, there are so many things that you can do from a position of power. I mean, even before regulation, you can ensure government transparency. That will help us a lot. You could do media literacy, so people, you know, you don't need to debunk so much because people believe less. But even in regulation, you know, the very first stage of knowing what's going on, you know, that could be, we would all be so happy to meet here next year and with a better understanding of what is really going on in that sphere of our lives, that it's private, you know, from a judicial viewpoint, but it's so public and has these tremendous consequences on our public lives.
Because of the impact. Would it be correct, if I may just ask you as a geek, to explain, how would you explain to a politician what an algorithm is? Or would you agree that, for example, explaining artificial intelligence can go in such a way that you say it's like 1 million first graders programming something. Whatever they do, they can do a perfect job in programming, but they would lack context, right?
Yeah,
and then Tiana.
The algorithms aren't very smart, and they're optimized for usually for one goal: to keep you in the app longer. give you stuff that will keep you in the app longer, so you click more advertisements. That's what they optimize for, and the algorithms aren't programmed with a political or ideological slant, like we must lead people to neo-Nazi content or we must lead people to anti-vax content. The algorithm learns that from what people actually like. So they learn from what are people clicking on and what are similar people to this person clicking on. So we give them more of that. So it's completely content neutral. It's just, it tries to find patterns in how users, how humans behave, and then give them more of the same. And that's, the thing I wanted to say was also, I understand to a certain extent why some of the platforms are reluctant to give all that data away, because it would be a huge privacy problem in some cases. Like we literally know this person's deepest inner thoughts, and based on some of their preferences, we can even guess their sexual orientation or maybe even medical information that we can deduct. Like, why is this guy watching all these videos about cancer? Well, he probably has it. That sort of stuff that you don't want employers or family or whatever to know. And this is my impression from talking to people at Facebook. They're also very scared of another Cambridge Analytica. Like they're very, very scared that if we give away too much personal information, then we get sued or worse. And also there's the factor that I, as a geek, understand from several of these companies, like, why can't you explain more what you're doing exactly to fight this stuff, is because the enemy is listening along. Like, if you know you can only post the same link 3 times in a row on Twitter and then we shadow ban you, okay, then the spammers know we will only post it 2 times and then throw in another link. So you have to keep them guessing. Or you cannot use these words because they will trigger the COVID warning. Okay, then we've seen what happens. They guessed it anyway. Then they start spelling vaccine with the number 1 instead of the letter I, or that sort of stuff. So you don't want to give away too much of the secret information, because the bad guys will use it too.
Because you're pointing at a thing that I think is very important. That's because when we have these conversations, many platforms, I'm not saying that doesn't have a technological role, but they tend to think in terms of a technological solution that I think doesn't exist at the moment. What they would like is a tweak of the algorithm that, avoids this information. That algorithm, that technology, it's not happening now. It's not happening probably in 10 years, because at this point, there is no machine that can understand us the way we understand each other, the way we know we are using sarcasm or irony, or we are using these words, but we actually mean a completely different thing. So as long as we keep pounding for a technological solution, they're gonna end at those dead ends. That's why the human factor, that's why journalism and fact-checking and experts on hate speech, they have to have a role, and they legitimately say the human intervention is not scalable, we cannot use it everywhere. Yeah, but human intervention is has very good skills that don't exist anywhere else. I'm sorry.
There's one more thing about transparency where I think the regulation thing would be very good, because it's also, they're business people, the big companies. So they're also afraid if we give this data out, but our competitors don't, then we might lose market share or we might be disadvantaged. Like, and if the law says, no, you have to give this data out, and that goes for everyone, okay, yeah, if everyone does it, then we don't suffer the penalty of like, if you're required by law to have fact-checking on your social platform, yeah, then, okay, yeah, well, those guys have it, but we don't, and it's a lot cheaper, so we make more profits. Yeah, then that becomes a sensible business decision. in some
So
cases.
what you've just mentioned is an idea within the Digital Services Act that is being planned by the European Union, that there should be a duty by big platforms that have more than 10% of reach of European citizens, well, sorry, not citizens, clients, users, right? That's how it is being framed, but we here talk about citizens and citizens' rights. So the idea would be that fact-checking might become a duty to be carried by such platforms, such as having rear view mirrors in cars. You cannot actually drive one, even it is produced as such. You have to have a rear view mirror so you don't make a mess and kill people. Tiana, you had a question, and let me just check. Perhaps there might be another hand. Ah, nice. From European Union representatives. Nice.
Okay, so actually, you kind of returned to the point that I wanted to make, and it's about transparency, and it's about like proportionality between companies, between tech giants. Because now we have a bit of an absurd situation where Facebook is the only platform that does have a fact-checking, like properly developed, not perfect of course, but developed fact-checking program where they went through the trouble to kind of set up some rules and how it goes, and it's kind of transparent to a degree, but it's talked about a lot, and you get a lot of reactions on the platform from a bunch of really angry people who feel that they're being censored. They to a large degree, don't even understand how the program works. They just like see some label and they're super crazy about that in 2 seconds. Meanwhile, you have YouTube that's doing virtually nothing. And they're not taking that kind of heat because they're not exposed in the same way that Facebook is. So this is not to kind of like hail anyone or, you know, admonish anyone, but there is this disproportionality between companies that have done something and the companies that have nothing, and the latter are actually getting better rep for doing nothing, essentially. And that's one point. And another is about transparency. I think there is a huge space between publishing data that could get you sued, that could get like people worried about their privacy, and explaining how things work, which is the thing that you said before. Like if I see why my feed looks the way it looks, and someone tells me, like Facebook has that as well, like you can see why you're seeing a certain ad. It can tell me like, oh, this company is targeting women aged, I don't know, 30 to 50 from that area of the world, etc. So I kind of get it, like why is this in my feed? And if we have something like that for YouTube, for like every platform, and it's a great point that if you make this a standard across platforms, it's probably going to be better implemented in each of these, and it's probably going to get them like more likely to kind of step up because they're not going to be, you know, competition is going to change a little bit in that way. But my point was about transparency about that is that like you have this like super absurd situation that people are seeing YouTube as a space of freedom who feel that they're threatened by the fact that like someone is telling them like get vaccinated so you don't get sick and die, and they see this as a repression, and they see YouTube as a space of freedom because everything is allowed there. But then if you get from that platform feedback that you're not seeing this because we are allowing you to fight against the government censorship, but because you clicked on this and this before, it may help in getting people to realize that this is not some guerrilla action. This is like a huge, one of the biggest tech companies in the world giving you stuff so that they can give you ads. And there's no huge fight for freedom happening there. And about deletion of content as well, which I think is super important. The only example that I know of in our language that things have been deleted was a subtitled series called Fall Cabal, which was a QAnon, a 10-hour-long nonsense where you had like all imaginable conspiracy theories like packed together in this like 10-hour rant. And that was the only thing that YouTube ever took down, to the best of my knowledge, that was related to the pandemic.
They take down a lot more.
In our language. So this was like with subtitles in our language. Otherwise, all of our like plethora of conspiracy theorists are still happily online there and doing what they have been doing before. This was the only thing that was taken off. And what was the reaction? Because there was no explanation. You can only see like this has been taken down because it goes against YouTube, whatever. And you don't know what that was, what was on that link, why was it taken down, was it taken down by the user or by the platform, etc. It's like 100 questions that haven't been answered. The only reaction to that has been, aha, now they're conspiring against us too, so they're in on the whatever Satanist pedophile cabal. And you get a counter effect because of that. I think a simple explanation would have made that a little bit better. And transparency, taking down content, and also maybe hopefully allowing researchers some access to what the content has been would be a huge step up for the companies. I'll stop now. I'll give you the mic.
While the mic is there, just let me say that some other, Facebook as being very important and going in front of the pack in many things have been taking the hit for some time. There are other platforms that are doing, so nothing. I mean, Twitch, the Amazon company that does streams, and it's hugely popular among anyone, especially gamers, people under 20. You don't even have a way to denounce content for being disinformation. I mean, you can denounce hate speech and several other things, but you don't even have the button to say these people are trying to mislead. That's the environment we are moving on. I'm sorry.
So I have two things. One is something that I've seen we don't often talk about when we think about what happened with the vaccines and anti-vaxxers during COVID, which is that I think we lost the game before COVID started. Because before COVID came, basically any content about vaccines on the internet was anti-vax content. Like, they've been working this story for decades, right? And then COVID happened, and of course we lost it. And now analyzing it through how we dealt with this during COVID, I think, is slightly misleading. And I also think that there were many lessons that we learned from the AIDS epidemic in the way how we should communicate public health information and how we should, whether or not we should scare people, how we can show them to act in a way that they can protect themselves, etc. And a lot of those lessons were forgotten, I feel. So I think we should look slightly back into the future. But the second thing that I find interesting that we've started talking about it now recently, but we often don't, is that I feel, and also in the way that you were explaining things, is that a lot of these problems that we face today come from the fact that these companies are so fucking huge, right? These are huge monopolies who have literally monopolized public discourse online, and just break them up. And I know it's easy to say break them up. I don't know how I would break up Facebook, but I think this is something that we shouldn't keep on the sidelines. Scale matters, right? Even when we talk about Facebook only gets to say human moderation doesn't work because it has to serve 1 billion users. If they would have 10,000 users and they would come and say, we can't moderate this with human beings, you would say you're being an idiot. Of course you can moderate 10,000 people on the internet with human beings. So I think, again, I don't know how to approach this, but I think there are things that aren't even directly connected with speech and, I don't know, visual production or information production that are harming us in this situation that we should probably start looking at solutions for.
Thank you. On that note, there are some changes being planned, regulatory changes being planned, both in the US, where these companies are based, in the European Parliament, where I have quite a few hopes, because GDPR proved how European Union regulation can have a positive global, a start of a positive global effect. But the thing that is happening right now regarding this is quite open. When the jury is out and nobody knows where the regulation is going to land in regard to European Union. We have the Digital Services Act, which is based on European values, on the human rights approach, on risk assessments that might even touch not only risks to individuals, but also to societies and democracies. So it's like Star Trek for me, for a small amount of time. But then there are various amendments that, show up and make the whole thing look completely opposite from what was planned from the fact checker's perspective. This would be a good moment for you, Carlos, to explain what would the amendment that we're talking about make? What sort of mess?
Well, this is one of those instances we were talking before about very good intentions going to terrible places, right? The Digital Services Act, it was, when it all started a year ago, we all said, look, this is a very nice opportunity to have a serious conversation about disinformation in Europe, maybe make some regulatory changes, maybe we could advance so and make it more reasonable. And right now here we are a year and a half after, and we are not advancing as much. There are some issues, but we are also protecting the very few things we have advanced on our own during the last few years, fact checkers. Why? Because some people is trying to push an amendment to change this law that is not even enforced, to say that you, as a platform, one of these big platforms, you cannot have any impact on the content. You cannot interfere with the content of a media publication, of a press publication, actually. So this, me being a journalist, and I worked for 15 years in television news before going to this side of things, it's the kind of thing that sounds good. Like, these are very big actors. They have a lot of how do you say, input, a lot of consequences in their decisions towards what is consumed from media and what's not. So that might not be such a bad idea. No, it's actually a terrible idea, because the way it's defined for this media exemption thing, a media outlet is anything you can think of. I mean, if the three of us here, we open a blog, under this amendment, no platform could moderate or interfere with our content. What does that mean? Interference is, we have been saying, we don't want platforms, I know I don't want platforms deleting almost any kind of content, but interfering is different. If we get together and think of something like drinking bleach is good against corona, and we declare ourselves as a media outlet, under this kind of amendment, platforms couldn't be doing anything at all, like not putting a banner here that says, no, please do not drink bleach, medical doctor says it's terrible, right? So this is the kind of perfect example of how sometimes with an interesting goal in mind, like defending media against these big actors that are so influential, you can think of something that has terrible consequences for fact checkers. Because we can even get into the conversation of what's a media outlet and what's not. That's going to be a difficult conversation, because many of the outlets, many of us fact checkers did really start as a WordPress blog that, got bigger, and we started. That's a good thing, for new voices to get into the conversation. It's good that we don't have that very precise definition of what a media outlet is, because otherwise we get what we already have and no new voices incorporate. So that's a very good reason not to have broad categories to protect. We have seen that also as with politicians. Now some people are saying like, no interference with media content. That has problems, because very bad actors are going to claim that they are media, just to, to avoid all moderation. But we have seen that with politicians, like you can moderate everyone else for disinformation, like providing a banner like this assertion is dispute, as a Twitter would say, but no politicians. Like
that's actually the rule on Facebook now.
That kind of protected, big blanket protections for collectives have the problem that as you were saying before, like the other side is listening. If they have to portray themselves as a media outlet, they will. If they have to form a political party, they will. So why cannot we agree on a set of rules that affect everyone else? Because I don't know of a, martyr statue for politicians. So why there should be a disinformation law for politicians only or for non-politicians in this case.
Yeah, so we should watch out on how the European Parliament is going to handle these issues, and have in mind that it doesn't necessarily have to be actors with bad faith. We have public radio televisions here in the region who might be a good example on how disinformation is being spread. And let's not get depressed too early in the day. So we're talking about changes that could happen and could perhaps change the situation a bit to be better. Yeah, Mart.
Yeah, no, it's also the reason that politicians and media and some media outlets are afraid of fact checkers. It's also the, in my view, undeserved reputation or image that fact checking is partisan. Like, that's also partly the fault of the algorithm. Like, if the algorithm only shows you posts from the political slant that you like, of course, the only fact checks you are going to see on those are stuff saying, hey, this thing that you like is not true. But the algorithm is never giving you posts from the opposing side. So you're never going to see the fact checks on that content that say, hey, this thing that you don't like from the other political party, they're actually lying too. So we literally, on Lead Stories, to counter this problem, we literally added to the top of our site a little donkey and a little elephant, the Republicans and the Democrats, the red feed and the blue feed. Like, if you only want to see fact checks from Democrat politicians and liberal institutions and blah, 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 read the red feed. And if you only want to see fact checks about lies by Republican officials, etc., read the blue feed. This was literally to counter the emails we were getting, like, you never fact check the other side. Well, yeah, here we do. Which side do you mean, the red side or the blue side? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, some of them do. Others say, no, you're just lying, communist Nazis. Communist Nazis? How is that even possible? But yeah, it's that's the thing. So it's just because of the filter bubbles that people only see the fact checks attacking their viewpoint, but they never see the fact checks attacking the other viewpoint. And that's one issue. And the other issue is a lack of understanding of logic and media literacy. Like, if you attack one small argument in a larger discussion, many people feel that that must mean you've taken sides and that you disagree with the entire case. No, we're just saying this particular example you are using to defend this cause, this particular example is wrong. Your cause might still be right, but stop using that example because it's not correct. The three other examples that you're using, those might be right, but use those examples in the discussion, please. Like, we don't care who is right. We just care that the information you use in the discussion is true.
Thank you for this. Yeah, these are the experiences shared by many fact checkers. Let me just check around the room. I see one hand, two hands up. That's great. So, Tiana, please. Hopefully we'll have time to touch upon a few other points, but let's hear if you might have comments or questions for anyone.
Yeah, that's right. Just to say that communist Nazis are possible. Just check out the Nationalny Bolsheviki subculture in Russia. But
oh yeah,
my
learn
point,
something new.
But I feel guilty because I built most part of my career on Facebook Live and YouTube, and whenever big tech comes up, I feel kind of bad because I'm trying to use it for, as a force of good, but at the same time, I'm hooking people up onto these very big platforms. And what would be your advice to the media to get around these platforms to build their own infrastructure, which is very, very costly? I don't think I would be able to live stream without the Facebook's infrastructure. And should some NGO funding be provided for that? Because it's always easy to say just redirect people to your website and have a newsletter, but we wouldn't be able to get this kind of reach as media.
I think regardless of our views of platforms, they are such a big agora of the current public discourse. You cannot, the idea that you can do media work, thriving media work without being on those platforms, I think that's impossible. So regardless of the flaws they have regarding this information, I mean, you have been hearing me talking very frankly about YouTube. Of course, Maldita is in YouTube, and it's also on TikTok. And I hate that Twitch doesn't have a policy of denouncing disinformation, but I'm on Twitch every 2 days, because that's the way it has to be, because that's the only way to advance. You have to be there, even if you, for example, feel much more comfortable in your website where you can have all the time in the world and explain things very carefully. You also have to do TikTok, because some people are getting this information on TikTok, so the only way for them to get some quality information is to be there. So by all means, do not take any criticism I make of platforms as a boycott. I think the way to change that is to have more quality information from journalism inside those platforms.
If I may just add to that, I would share that I see artificial intelligence almost like nuclear energy, and I don't need to be a scientist understanding all that physics and stuff to know that we don't need the nuclear bomb. I'm not even sure about nuclear plants regarding electricity, and I would definitely not give that knowledge and resources just to anybody. How it works, how we feel rather safe living close to nuclear power plants, well, some of us, it makes, there is something in regulation, in co-regulation, and regarding media in self-regulation. Journalism, unlike many other technologically derived businesses, because of its existence prior to everything, prior to democracy, journalism has standards. It has ethics codes, it has, well, a lot of chaos, but that chaos always means accountability to issues, to readers or citizens, not necessarily users. So there are quite a few things that can be done from your own point of view if you're using those platforms. Darko, Mr. Darko.
Jedan, okay. So, I don't know if I'm going to spark up a new discussion that's going to take us way into lunch here, but I'll just want to make a point, and I don't, not necessarily open up a debate. Basically, I mean, Martin is telling all these great stories how, we are always trying to circumvent the stuff that's coming from the platforms, and trying to show that we are doing things differently. And I mean, obviously it's there, the YouTube coalition example and everything is just an example, but I'm kind of thinking that we are missing out on a chance. And when I'm saying we, I'm talking more about mostly about the fact-checking community. Not, I want to kind of keep it in that circle. I think we're with our current position, we might miss a chance of actually really doing something about changing the models of work of big tech outside of showing them what's wrong. And I think we are all pretty great in that, and we are also pretty great in knowing what the solutions are. But I'm thinking that there should be done more by the fact-checking community in order to actually kind of really influence and advocate for real changes within the tech community. I understand that also it's a matter of sustainability of the fact-checking community, because at least through the Facebook program, for some through others, it's a matter of financial sustainability. But I think that with our current, like, you know, position and how we are valued within the whole sector, I think we can, without even being afraid of that, we can do much more. And I just wanted to make that point. I don't want to, like, you know, stress out any debate more than necessary, but, like, you know, in general, that's kind of, in my opinion, that's kind of lacking. And I think that like, you know, within the global community, we need more like, you know, work on that, and we need more, let's say, more determination by the network itself in actually, like, you know, putting our own demands on the table when negotiating with big tech companies, not only, like, you know, about grants of, like, you know, a couple of million that will basically do a couple of projects that will be face washing things for them, rather than actually changing any policies that or practices of work. So I just wanted to kind of, I know it's maybe end of the panel, but I just want to make a point.
If I may just jump in before Carlos answers. We're not even talking within the fact-checking community about the global taxation that is hopefully going to be introduced for big tech. Global meaning actually if 10% of revenues or profits or what, I can't even imagine the numbers, you know, how big the numbers are. But there is talk, and it's G20 is being very serious about it. It's a few years away, it seems. So we're not even talking within the fact-checking community about this stuff. But what we are doing, and Carlos is spearheading the effort, is something within the European Union regarding at least the code of practice on disinformation that is being discussed now in a closed working group behind confidentiality and everything, because it's supposed to be a core regulatory mechanism, like big tech regulating themselves, but then they allowed one fact checker. Are you alone there?
No,
how does it feel?
I think there's three of us, so. But it's not normally about the head count, it's more about the firepower. As you know, I'm gonna provide an example for this, and I'll talk about the code if I have time, but in that room, there are, negotiating, you could say, or at least having a talk about the future code of practice on disinformation. There are 3 fact checkers around maybe, I don't know, 10 to 20 civil society organizations, and the usual suspects as in the platforms. I mean, almost every major big one. So it's not really about the capacity of every organization to have an informed debate about this. It's about the impact some of those actors have. You know, obviously the platforms have way more. And also the capacity to influence the debate. Because when we engage in these big conversations about disinformation policy, I'm a very lucky guy because Maldita has me for this, and this is what I do full-time or mostly full-time. And I know Jelena feels that way, that it's wonderful that we can dedicate ourselves. But here we are, like Jelena and me, talking through Telegram and strategizing, and then at the other side of the room, there are massive companies that, I mean, they don't need anyone to tell them at the very last minute that an amendment has been proposed to do so and so. They have, like, people very well paid with every resource to follow every single council, every single parliamentary procedure. We are way outnumbered and that kind of thing. But this is the way it is. I mean, this is not going to change. So the only thing actually we can do is what we do, like collaborate, try to make our points hard. We sometimes cannot make them follow, but as you were saying, like trying to have substantive conversations that do not end in any kind of whitewashing of other policies. Like, we don't want them to, I don't know, give us a grant to do so and so, this pet project. Well, if they do, I assume some organizations are going to say, well, it's better than nothing. But what we want is to help them where we think we can actually help them more. Designing policies that are going to be actually working against disinformation, that are plainly reducing disinformation in their platforms, no other metrics. Like, that kind of thing, that educating the people, designating those moderation procedures, doing third-party fact-checking in the sense that people can see our work, because otherwise these other pet projects might be nice, might advance our cause, but I agree with you that we should have a higher goal in our minds when we engage. It's going to be difficult because they are massive and we are very slow. But my hope is that we'll get better, and maybe next year we get together again in Sarajevo and can report that at least we have a better understanding of the process. That's a very small goal, but it's one I have.
Let me just check if there are perhaps any other comments, or everybody's hungry and wants to go to lunch, because we're finishing now. Tiana, please.
A minute. I think it's rarely mentioned ever that fact-checking community is trying to do something to influence the way that tech companies are running their business, setting up their policies, the way that the regulators are doing that. For example, if you're a part of the third-party fact-checking program at Facebook, by the users of Facebook, the whatever consumers, whatever you want to call them, you're kind of seen as a part of the company. And it's implied that you agree with everything that the company does, which is totally not the case. And this is something that I think we as a community do not communicate enough as a fact-checking community. And this is like, we see issues, we see problems, we probably see them better than a lot of other types of users because we do what we do. And we actively always are trying to make things better, not just by doing that actual work, like, you know, fact-checking and labeling something on the platform that has given us the opportunity to do so, but also influence the way that that's happening and the way that other platforms are doing or not doing similar things. And this is something that I think is why it's important to have these conversations, so because there's not a lot of, you know, platforms where these conversations are heard. We're just continuously having them among ourselves with each other. Not really that much with, you know, the general public. So just that.
And to use that point to have a full point on this conversation, it is not only, well, it is Maldita's research that showed that fact-checkers, yes, have knowledge and experiences to share with policymakers, with tech companies, and this knowledge is not being actually used because of one very big issue, and that's a lack of resources on how to do it. Hopefully the future will make some changes, definitely for CCheck as a network, but we as fact-checkers, and this is where I'll use an opportunity to say hello to Phoebe from Full Fact, who could not join us here today, and she's very worried about this. It's the non-disclosure part of the agreements within the third-party fact-checking program, where basically, maybe I'm not even allowed to talk about that. So, yeah, can somebody cut that out? Okay, so do you understand the point? If we're not, by the agreements, allowed to discuss this, then how do we address the issue at all? And perhaps some reflection on ourselves and our community on how to be more transparent, so to be able to ask from others to be more transparent, is finally coming to its, we need to do that as well. So hopefully that was interesting for everybody who remained in the room. Well, for us it was very interesting and fun, and it seems to me that we're going to continue the unofficial part of this panel over lunch and this evening, so please join. We would really like, well, the three of us, and definitely Carlos, we would really like to check if there are fact-checkers and others, researchers, programmers and others, who might be willing to share their experiences,